Hello!
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 That echo, though, that killed me. Okay, sorry. I'm here now. Ah! Falling out of my chair. Okay. Oh, now I'm. Oh. Hold on. Ugh. I was reaching for my neck pillow. Because I'm old. We're old out here.
Yeah, we're old.
Got my heating pad and my neck pillow. Hey! We're old out here, Sonny. Oh, we're falling apart. Oh, that's not an old man voice.
We're falling apart.
We're apart out here. Oh, God, I can't do it. There's times where I can do it really well, and then I feel like if I try too hard, it just doesn't work.
It just like goes downhill.
Yeah. Sometimes it just happens. I'll do the weirdest voices at work.
Yeah.
Like, there's a new girl who's around my brother's age, and I, like, love her, and I love talking to her, and I'll just do the most, like, random accents and stuff around her, and she, like, plays along, and she, like, loves it too. But it's, like, just the most random crap, and I'm like, why can't I do that when I'm streaming? Like, why?
It's different. You're not as relaxed.
I guess so. But, like, my, like, quote-unquote country accent or whatever, or southern twang accent, I have to, like, because, you know, like, sometimes I deal with people who have a very southern draw to their accent, and I will find myself, as I'm talking to them, start to do that.
I do that too.
Oh,
unintentionally mimicking accents is very common.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Like, thank God it's common, because, like, you know.
I wouldn't want them to think I'm, like, making fun of them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we did our hats similar.
Yeah, I did mine backwards to yours. I saw yours and I was like, okay, I'll flip it.
Oh, you're so cute.
Now we're the Lilo and Sero. Why did I say Lilo? The Lila and Sero. Circus. I almost said Sarah too. The Lilo and Sero circus. I would never own a circus. I'm gonna be real.
You've what?
I would never own a circus.
Oh, no. If I did, I feel like I'd try to make it as humane as possible. You know, there are people who were talking about how circuses should just be, like, totally, CGI and stuff.
Yeah.
And I thought that's fascinating.
But, like, what about Cirque du Soleil? That's, like, a whole different, like, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's so much skill, and they have no animals, I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah, kind of similar to what's near us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I knew a girl in college who did that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, my little cousin does, like, circus camp. Where
really?
She does that sort of thing.
That's cool. I didn't know there was such a thing.
Since that big one is near us.
Yeah.
They will host it during the summer for
Oh,
younger
that's
kids.
cool.
Isn't it? It's adorable. She loves it too. Cause she's a gymnast, so being able to do the acrobatic stuff, she loves it. I've always wanted to do rhythmic gymnastics. I always thought that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Never had the chance to.
Well,
There's no way I'm doing it now. Yeah. Just saying, that'd be pretty cool.
I mean, you just wouldn't be able to do some of the tumbling portions.
Yeah. Can't do that stuff anymore. For a long time.
Maybe you could do it one-armed.
One-armed? Yeah. I mean, hey.
You could try. Some people do it one-legged.
I could.
Wait! In the Paralympics, are there people that do it with one arm?
I was gonna say, there were certain things I learned how to do one-armed.
Yeah.
One-arm cartwheel, small things like that, but...
Let me look.
Oh, I'm sure. Sorry, guys. This is still relevant, right?
It is. Ow.
I ate the last of my chocolate. I'm really sad. Ugh. Sorry, guys. I'm listening to music.
It's okay.
Did you find anything?
Oh!
I love dogs.
So it just got recognized last year as a option. So I don't think they're... Oh, yeah! No, never mind. Okay, she has one leg. She has one arm. Yeah, so people can do it. With one leg, one arm. Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know. Could happen, Lila. Never know.
And for those of you who are probably imagining me with one arm, that's not the case.
Yeah, no, that's not the case. That's not the case. Lila just has an injury to one arm that makes it so.
Yeah.
She can't be tumbling around or whatever.
Yeah.
Imagine everyone was just picturing you with one arm.
I
didn't think about that. I didn't even think about that when I was saying that, but that's because I already knew, obviously.
Yeah, because I was like, wait a second, this sounds really,
Yeah, no.
Did you post on Twitter
that we were live right now? No, I didn't post yet.
Okay.
Oh, I did not.
Come one, come all. Grab your popcorn and cotton candy. Gotta do the popcorn emote. 'Cause, that's classic. Is there a cotton candy one?
No, I don't think so.
No. Lame!
Very lame. Very lame.
I don't like cotton candy, though, so,
Hi, Plaza!
Hi!
Wahoo!
Oh, wait, first time chatter? Really? What?
Bird up gamers. Yeah, I mean, Plaza's been in individual chats, but I think they've been in our...
Yeah, that just threw me off. Yeah.
Well, because so many people have watched us play games and stuff, like Nancy Drew or other games individually, but they don't know or haven't heard about the podcast yet. Why did you scream?
I gotta tell you something!
Oh my gosh, okay.
So,
I was like, what is happening?
Yeah! Wait, how old is he? Hold on a second. Wait a second. I need to look something up!
Oh my gosh. Lila has info, guys! Something's happening.
Hold up, well... Okay, he's 21. Okay, so...
Oh no.
Well, it's like, this, like, totally threw me off, and I was like, is this even legal? Okay, so, I was on Twitter, right? Okay, and, so, what happened was, after I posted our thing about the podcast being live just now, before I left, I saw, like, a thing from, like, I don't even know if I follow them. It's just, like, something that pops up on my timeline a lot. Like, one of those, like, pop, you know, news things.
Yeah.
And, oh my god! Okay, Robert Irwin, okay? Does that name sound familiar? Yeah? He's posing very... what's the word?
Oh, is it the snake picture I just saw?
Back to snake? This isn't a snake.
Wait a minute.
Because it has...
Is this a dick?
It has arms and legs. But he's posing in, like, boxer briefs, okay? And he's looking all, like, you know, good and shit.
Okay, I'm seeing a different one.
The animal's foot is, like, right there on his thing!
Oh,
I gotta send this to you.
Oh, I see it. It's the... What is this?
Oh, that's Citrine. I almost sent it to Citrine.
I think it's
with
a
no
dragon,
context. That
like a
weird.
Komodo dragon. But there's pictures of him with a snake, too. Let me send you those.
Dude, he looks so good!
Let me send you those.
Yeah, like, what is his thing? Holy shit, look at that picture.
Do you see the one I just sent you?
Why? Yeah, are those real abs?
I assume
Those aren't real. Those cannot be real. I am gonna send this to Citrine with no input. Like I almost did.
Wait,
I just want to see what you
Can I
say.
show chat this? He's clothed. He's clothed. He's
Can
clothed. He's clothed.
He's a freak for real. Dude!
Alright, here you go, chat.
Yes, you can! That's the picture I saw.
Yeah, I'm showing this one because he's
Dude,
clothed
does he have a
in this
tattoo?
one.
Oh my god, no. He has the spider crawling on his arm. Oh, he's a freak. But he's like a hot freak. So, you know.
He was
I will
such a
let
kid.
you know when Citrine sees the pictures.
Jeez Louise.
I know! That's why I had to look it up, because I was like, how old is he?
Okay, this has nothing to do with circus. It's not.
No, I just, you know, not what I was expecting to see on my timeline today.
Sheesh.
Was not expecting. Okay, I just saw a really funny Tolkien thing on my timeline. I need to get off Twitter.
Yeah, get off Twitter.
Okay, but let me tell you what it is.
Okay,
the meme. Okay, it's Gollum holding the ring, you know, like calling it precious and shit. And it says girls on social media when they get engaged. That's totally me.
That
it would be me.
You know who posted that? Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber! Oh my god, yes! I do see the screenshot!
Yeah.
Damn!
So everyone's like, wow, so he's talking about Selena? Everyone, you know how it always is with those two. How everyone thinks everything they say is about each other. Ridiculous.
Benny Blanco posted Donkey from Shrek.
I love
Benny, by the way.
Benny and Selena. I've watched so many interviews with them.
Oh my god.
Did you see the one? Did you see the one on Jay's channel?
Yeah! I just watched that last night!
Me too! It's so good. Okay. It's just like they're so cute, they're so healthy. It's like it's everything. Sorry,
She deserves happiness.
She really does. She's been through a lot, mentally, health-wise, relationship-wise. She's got a lot on her plate.
It made me feel sad when she was talking about how, like, the things people say about her sometimes get to her.
Yeah.
Like, calling her, like, fat and shit.
Yeah.
Or, like... broke me.
Especially about something that she genuinely can't, like, control. Like, with her health issues, it's very hard to, like, combat certain things, and no one, like... First of all, you shouldn't be talking about someone anyways. But...
Yeah.
Like, you never know what someone's going through, so, like... You shouldn't judge them by what you see.
Oh. Yeah. By the way, the middle finger emote got denied again.
Okay. I guess we'll do thumbs up.
Down!
Thumbs down, I mean.
Thumbs up!
Okay, let me write that down so I remember.
This is like how our podcasts always start. I'm sorry!
Emote for Lila. It's alright. It's alright. Okay, well, let's do the intro. Let's climb on
got a
in.
really fun intro! Woo woo!
Whoop woo!
Woo woo woo! Okay. Wait, I need to get a drink. Hold up.
I have 2 water bottles. Oh, I need to take my meds while we're doing this.
I just refilled my 40-ounce brewmate. I love my brewmate. Oh my god, ever since I got it for my birthday. Ugh. I got 2 of them for my birthday. You don't know how happy that makes me. It's my favorite cup. Okay. I do not own a Stanley, by the way.
Meds have been drank.
Drink?
Swallowed. Drank. One of the things.
Swallow. Just swallowed out of context.
Swallowed. Alright.
Wallow.
Thanks for lurking.
We'll
be here probably for a couple hours, so if not more.
Yeah. Oh god.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, dude.
Yeah?
Get this. So, my schedule, my Fridays are supposed to alternate versus opening and closing.
Yeah.
Based on what weekend I work. But, like, somebody's on vacation right now, so I'm closing the next... Like, I'm closing 4 Fridays in a row, and I'm so sad.
Oh.
So I'm closing tomorrow, which I normally wouldn't. And then I'm closing next week, which is fine, because that's when I normally would.
Are you closing and then opening the next day?
Not this week, but next week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's what I hate.
The following
Clopenings are not fun.
I hate clopenings, too. I mean, I get it, because somebody's on vacation.
Yeah.
But I was looking at my schedule, and I was like, 4 in a row.
Jeez Louise.
Damn. So, yeah. Anyway, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and curious minds of all ages, step right up for Season 3, Episode 4 of Series of Geektastic Events.
Today we're pulling back the curtain and diving headfirst into the mystery, the history, and the horror of the circus.
That's right. From the breathtaking stunts that defy gravity
to the clowns who make us just a little uneasy.
From the rich history of traveling tropes to the modern-day spectacles under the big top.
We're exploring it all. What makes a circus so enchanting? How has it evolved over the years? And what's really happening behind the scenes?
Grab some popcorn, take your seat, and get ready, because today, the circus is in town. Woo! Take one!
We did it. We did it.
Dude, when I said defy gravity, that song was in my head, and I was like, ugh.
You and I defying gravity. Who's Glinda? Who is Alphaba? I feel like you're Glinda.
God.
I feel like that's very obviously you. Like you're the fashionista. I feel like you're more bubbly than I am. I'm like a hermit.
Oh. Oh no! You heard it here first, guys.
Yep, Lila's gonna fix my fashion sense. That's what that means.
Like, I know I don't buy you clothes a lot, but have you ever worn the clothes that I've bought you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wear the clothes you buy me.
Okay. Okay.
Not so much the jacket.
Do you actually?
Because sometimes I'm just like a hot-bodied person in general, so I only wear them if it's wintertime. But
you and your fan.
I know. Fan in the winter, y'all. Fan in the winter.
It just always got me. I'd always be like, what?
Crispy.
Crispy! Hello!
Well, we're talking about the circus today.
Hello. I really hope you heard our beautiful one-take intro!
Yeah, if you didn't, that's too bad, so sad, I guess.
How did you know?
This recording is weird. Shush! It's not a recording.
Wow. Okay. I'm scared! Always love Crispy.
We're always listening, Mike Wazowski.
We're one step ahead.
Always watching.
One step ahead always.
Yeah. I'll know what you're gonna say, and I'll have a response. And you'll think, whoa, it's like they're really here. We're not.
Which,
yeah, we're
Sero
not clowns.
said.
Not clowns. We're the magistrates of the circus right now.
When was the last time you went to a circus performance?
When I was a kid.
Same.
Yeah, I got a light up.
I barely remember it.
Light up clown nose.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know where it is anymore, but
honk your nose. Honk honk.
There's we'll talk about like exactly where after stream, but there's a circus near us that my nephew and niece are gonna go to with my sister.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there a hold on. Oh no. I was trying to search for a honk noise on the soundboard. Don't have one. Sad.
Really?
Sad. I couldn't find one in mine, but...
Did you do clown?
Oh, no.
There's definitely
one.
Nope,
don't see one.
Let me see. Oh, Bozo.
Bozo!
Oh, no. That's not it. That's not it, guys.
What kind of curse are you bringing to this stream?
That's my Halloween hooligans sound stuff. There definitely is, though. There is one. There's gotta be one. No, that's not it. I'm gonna find it, okay? That's definitely not it. That's definitely not it.
I don't know, I just thought it was funny. Well, that's close, right? Yup, you got it! I know, thank you.
Where is it?
Love that. Quack is pretty close. Yeah. What about... I don't know if I want to play air horn. I don't like air horns. I'm sorry.
That one works, I guess. I'm so surprised there's not a clown honk anywhere. That's crazy.
I know. No! What the fuck? No! Wasn't me. Oh! What the fuck?
What is this? Okay, enough with the soundboard. Jeez Louise.
Wait, there was I can't even breathe.
Whoa, that's so loud.
That wasn't what I wanted.
Bruh.
So sorry. That's not what I thought it was. Not what I thought it was. Oh my god. Ugh. Going to blame it on the cat / dog again? Of course. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
Beans, what the fuck?
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. We're done. Guys, get serious. We're talking about serious shit today. You might think the circus is all fun and games. Try the bunk. Oh.
Not really what we were looking for. Oh, there is a wet fart.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Crispy, there's a wet fart!
No! Crispy, she farted on stream live. How could she have done this? At least we don't have smell-o-vision.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Enough tangents. Let's dive in.
Yes.
Let me open this up.
Yes.
All
got
right.
serious shit going on.
All right, guys. This stuff is serious. More serious than you even think. But first,
actually.
But first, we're gonna just dive into some history, like the lighthearted origins. And I say lighthearted because out of everything, this is the most lighthearted section. To be honest.
You're probably right.
Yes. So, what is a circus? In the modern sense, it's a traveling company of performers. So, a traveling group. A troupe, if you will.
A troupe.
Yes, a troupe of performers that travel around and entertain people. Acts could include clowns, acrobats, musicians, animals, tightrope walkers, trapeze artists. Like, the list goes on and on and on. There's lots of different acts in a circus. It's a variety show, so it can be a combination of all of those things, none of those things, and a bunch of other stuff. Like, it really depends. The modern idea of the circus began in the 18th century, but first, we're going to bring it back to its true origins. Ancient Rome. I feel like so much starts in ancient Rome.
It really does, though.
Yeah.
But, if you think about it, it fits so well.
Yeah. It really does.
does.
Yeah. So Rome.
This one makes sense.
Before the fall of Rome, Rome was a thing. And because of that, it had the origins of the circus. So the circus in Rome was not really like our modern day circus, which is why they don't necessarily talk about the true origins of circus. They just start with like what modern circus has become, like those origins. But it was kind of like similar. So circuses in Rome were under roofless or in roofless arenas, and it was mostly horse stuff. So horse shows, chariot races, horse tricks. There were also staged battles, though, like gladiator-style battles, animal displays, so other animals other than horses. And as they grew, entertainment would also include plays, recitals, and on the rare occasion, a public execution. So,
Play.
yeah. So let me
Nothing
get
says-
some pictures
Nothing
here.
says entertainment like a good old public execution.
Yeah. So this is what. Come on, let me make sure. Let's see what this is. Yeah. Okay. So this is what Circus Maximus in Rome looks like now. This is the first circus built in Rome, and so this is what it looks like now. You'll see kind of how it's set up, but this is the very end of it, and it's a long, like, arena. Here, I'll just pull up the then picture. Just so you
Yeah,
guys
that
can-
is like.
No, that's not it.
That's actually
This
like a
one.
really beautiful area, though.
Yeah. So this is what it would have looked like. This huge arena.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It was rebuilt
actually really
many
pretty.
times. It was originally built in wood, but it was rebuilt a bunch. And by the end of it, it could
Yeah, I
seat
wonder
over
why.
200,000 people could be inside of it.
I feel like, thanks to history, anything that's ever been built in wood has always burned down.
Yeah. So this is what it
Hi,
used to look
Polka!
like. This is what it looks like now. So not a lot is preserved in terms of the actual arena, but the area you can still see like the long flowing, like you can see the trench where it was like built up and how like long of an arena it was. And it is really in a beautiful area. But yeah, so this arena was the first one built in Rome. This first Circus Maximus, and it became the largest venue for these ancient circus activities. And when they first started out in Rome, they were very connected to like religious festivals. So a lot of these things were done to like show the gods that they're worthy, or that to give thanks to the gods. Like the plays and recitals would have to do with the gods. It was all very religious based at the start of this. And then after the fall of Rome, these large circus buildings stopped being used. So these big arenas only were really used during Roman times. And then they got nixed. There are still like buildings, they just aren't this big, and they're more like the small circle circus that we know today, which I'll get into in a second here. So at this point, instead of the big arenas, performers and animal trainers and showmen would travel around town to town throughout Europe, performing at fairs, festivals, that sort of thing. And then we begin back to the beginning. We have buildings. So they started building these circus buildings once more. And this is what they call the beginning of the modern circus era. So this is the 18th century. So they took a few things from ancient Rome. A lot of like the horse stuff obviously still is a part of circuses today. But in terms of the building, it became a lot smaller and like it still housed a lot of people. It was just more circular instead of like huge, like the Circus Maximus was. So this picture is of Astley Amphitheater, which is the very, or I guess, who people attribute for like circuses. The modern circus. Like that's who the father of the modern circus is Philip Astley. So this is his his amphitheater. I want to show this one too because this one's beautiful, this art. So you can kind of tell like the horses.
That looks so cool.
Yeah,
though.
I know, right? So he was an English-born cavalry officer who set up the first modern amphitheater for the display of horse riding tricks. So he was a really talented horse rider, and he was basically doing most of the performance by himself. And though he didn't originate trick horses, he did originate adding other acts to his trick horses, like trick horse riding skills. So he would get acrobats, clowns, musicians, and he would bring them all together for one big performance with him as, the horse trick rider. He would perform his stunts in rings, and he would hire those other groups to perform in between the pauses of his acts to, like, keep the crowd entertained while he was, like, either getting ready or taking a break or whatnot, just to keep, the momentum going. And this was the first time that was, like, a thing that people did. So this variety act that he created basically created what we know as a circus today. So I do say, I would agree that he's the father of modern circus. That's for sure.
Yeah.
While he isn't the originator of circus as an idea or as, like, a thing, the modern circus that we know, like, from what we watched and went to when we grew up, that was definitely Astley, who originated it. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even, like, the ring format. Even though it's not, like, in a tent, it's in a building that he created, an amphitheater, there's still, like, the ring that is very iconic of circuses, right? The big circle that they perform in. So, yes. So, Astley's amphitheater expanded to France. So, he built an amphitheater in Paris, and then he built 18 more in cities throughout Europe. So, he was expanding. He was getting big. And then his amphitheater, the original Astley's amphitheater, was taken over by Andrew Ducrot, who originated horsemanship acts. So the acts where they, like, stand on the horse and, like, pose while the horse rides around, that thing.
Yeah.
He was the originator of that, in terms of what historians say, at least. So him and his sons would dress up in these flesh-colored bodysuits and do, like, physique poses while standing on white stallions that were, like, cantering around the ring. That was his big act. And he also housed a lot of, like, big names before they went off to do their own big stuff. I wanted to see, do I have let me see. I had yes, here it is. Okay, so this on the screen here is a poster for one of Astley's shows under Ducrot, and it includes a performer named Pablo, I don't know how to say his last name, Van Take or something like that. But he was really well known. He was, like, one of the first, if not the first, Black horsemanship, like, riders, and the Queen requested that he perform. So this performance
Oh.
was for Her Majesty the Queen Victoria and her husband Prince Albert.
No, I got something on her later too.
Oh, interesting.
Well, yeah, she seems to be a fan of these things.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, this Astley Amphitheater, whether it was under Astley or under Ducrot, was very successful and spread circus throughout Europe. And then we get into the United States of America. as we go. So, first modern circus in the States, we have founded by John Bill Ricketts in 1792. And it was established in Philadelphia, and it was opened in 1793. So he got it set up within like a year, and after his first opening, he did like a season of performances, and this I found really cool. George Washington attended a performance later in the season. So it got so big that George Washington attended this performance. This was during, like, Revolution stuff, obviously. So, the circus was, like, a surprisingly big part of the Revolution. Like, it was a form of entertainment, right? So.
Yeah, I did pick up on that, like, I feel like after a war like that, people just wanted,
lighthearted fun,
something.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. But the circus is definitely not that. Behind the scenes.
Not for the people and minorities in it. And animals, I should say. Which we will get into.
Yep.
Yeah, so first, modern circus in the States went swimmingly. Do I have any? Yeah, I have a poster here. So this is, I loved the circus posters. They're so cool. They remind me of, like, the old magician posters as well. They have the same, like, feeling. Yeah, so equestrian exercises, always the horses, which is surprising because I don't remember horses in the circus that I went to when I was a kid. I remember clowns.
Maybe a white horse, but I don't actually remember seeing. I don't remember if I actually saw one, but I could see, like, I feel like I remember advertisement with, like, a white horse.
Yeah.
Maybe wearing, like, a vest or something.
Yeah. I just don't remember. I haven't been to a circus in a long time, and I vaguely remember the one I did go to. So I can't say for sure, but I feel like horses were just such a big part of it back then. And now it's all about elephants and tigers and clowns and...
Yeah. Well, you know what I remember?
What?
I remember they were doing, like, elephant rides after the show. I remember wanting to do it, and my mom was like, no, because it's expensive.
Probably for the best. Let's be real.
Yeah.
It
probably wasn't actually safe. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember the elephants, for sure. Yeah. But, I mean, what kid wouldn't remember an elephant? I mean, come on.
Yeah. We'll get into elephants later, guys. Not a lighthearted topic, but we'll get into it.
Yeah.
So
I watched an elephant take a shit at the zoo.
Okay. Why didn't you sit there and watch? Why didn't you look away? Give them some privacy.
It wasn't like watching, okay?
Privacy. How dare you?
Dude, it smells so bad.
Lila,
I was just walking by.
Just watching elephant. I was gonna say people poop, but that's worse than elephants poop. She liked butt sounds, apparently. No! Don't put this on Lila's name.
Crispy, no! No! Also, Sero.
Mm-hmm.
Remember those pictures that we got on a tangent about, like, at the beginning?
Yeah.
You know how I sent them to a tree?
Yeah.
He goes, what the fuck?
I sent them to Endless, and he said, my word.
Timeline. That is so funny. Probably embarrassing for the elephant. Oh! There was, like, somebody... I remember there being a mom, because you know how, like, at the zoo,
hydrate,
there's, like,
Lila.
areas... Ooh, yes. You know how at the zoo there's, like, areas to watch the animals, you know, and, like, multiple people can, like, stand there at once? I remember, like... Because this was, like, more recent than not recent. I remember this, like, mom or this lady who was, like, getting really mad that it was, like, happening in front of us.
It's not the elephant's gotta go when it's gotta go.
Like, I understand, but, like, I walked away. Why can't you? Like, okay, your kid thinks poop is cool. Wants to watch the elephant poop. But
what a weird kid,
damn,
dude.
I was like, you really getting mad that an animal is going to the bathroom? Oh, yeah, that's what I took away from that. That was like, she was really mad.
I would be too. I would
really?
be no, I would be too if like my kid wasn't leaving. Like if they were just sitting there watching
it. Just sitting there watching it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be like, come on, let's go. Let's give this elephant some privacy. But if she didn't move, then that's on her.
Yeah, no, I
if you don't
really
want to smell it or see it, move away.
Yeah, no. Smell is what gets me. I gotta go. Not okay. Not okay. Not okay.
Okay. So,
okay, we've talked about poop enough.
Circus in America expanding. So after that big first hit, we have the first 2 decades of the 1800s with the circus of Pepin and Breschard. I don't know how to say that. This circus toured the Americas for 20 years, and it was the first major circus to be run by an American. So previously, all the circuses that have come over have been run by mostly Englishmen, it seems, from what I've been reading, but other countries as well. So this was the first American-run circus. And then throughout the 1800s, more and more American circuses began popping up. And in 1825, Joshua Purdy Brown became the first circus owner to use a large canvas tent. So that iconic tent that we all know and love, that was started in 1825 by Joshua Purdy Brown. I wonder why. Like, do you think it was just the convenience? Like, you can just set up anywhere. You don't have to look for a circus building. You don't have to make a circus building. Like,
guess so. Yeah, probably. Like that does make sense.
And why the stripes?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Like, I want to know the iconic, like, what is behind the iconic design, not just like this guy made it. Like, he was the first one that asked for a large canvas tent to perform in, and the rest is history.
I don't remember what the trends were during that era off the top of my head.
Yeah. Maybe stripes were in.
Not a classic Regency. The Regency era.
Mm-hmm.
Then how did we get stripes from that? I don't know. So it's more solid colors with, like, embroideries.
Oh, okay.
Well...
Yeah. Maybe it was just, like, because it was such large fabric they had to use, that they just, like,
I guess there is
patchworked
some
a bunch of
prints.
stuff together.
Yeah. There's like a little bit of prints and stuff like that. Like we get into slowly getting into like printed fabric, but it's still a lot of solid colors, but like with stuff added to it, like
Yeah.
what's it embellishments and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There we go. That's
Okay.
what I was trying to think of. But I don't really know where the shirts came from.
Yeah. So, anyways, big tents. That's when they started, 1825. And then we get into P.T. Barnum's Museum, Menagerie, and Circus, which historians and many folks believe revolutionized. I almost said revolutionaryized. That's not a word. Revolutionized circus in America. It became its own thing, right? So we got multiple ring circus. We got circus trains used to travel and transport the circus between towns. And we also have the first freak show, which Lila will get into in a moment. So P.T. Barnum's Museum and Menagerie and Circus is a first for many things. And some of them are not the greatest things, but some of them are also iconic. So that's them for you. I do think that they did, I don't know if revolutionize, but I feel like they did add American. They added their own thing to circus in America, which eventually became like the norm for circus in America. But I don't know. The first freak show really, like, they don't have a very good rap after that, in my opinion. A town nearby has an area with a circus museum. Interesting.
Fun. Well, I wonder what would be in it.
Probably,
you know
like, equipment that circus people used, or, like, posters.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe wax figures, I don't know.
Dude, wax figures, like, kind of scare me, though. I'm not gonna lie. They're kind of... Some of them...
What about the ones at the Lincoln Museum?
I don't remember what they look like.
They're very realistic.
The realistic ones really throw me.
Yeah, you probably would hate the Lincoln Museum ones then.
It's been forever since I've been there. I don't remember, like, much at all from that trip. Like, going as a kid, like, I don't remember much at all, you know?
I've been there 7 times, bro.
Damn, I've only been there once.
Anytime anyone comes in from family, my grandma's like, all right, we're gonna drive hours down there to go to the fucking museum again. I'm like, Grandma, you've been there like 3-4 times,
museum.
dude.
Gotta go on that annual Lincoln Museum trip.
Right? Yeah. Honestly.
I would kind of like to go, like, now that I'm older.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But...
I mean, it's interesting.
God, yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
I haven't been since I was in, elementary school?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. But, okay.
Okay, so before we get into the horrors of the circus history, I do want to briefly talk about Russia, because Russia's love for the circus is astronomical.
Is it really?
Yeah, yes. Funny. I mean, it's much like their love for theater and for ballet. Like, they want to be the biggest and best, right? So, Vladimir Lenin, the first head of the Soviet Union in Russia, or Soviet Russia, wanted circus to become that thing for his country, that ballet, that theater. Like, he wanted to be the best. It was an art form. So they established the State University of Circus and Variety Arts in 1927. So there is a university for circus at this time, and there still is. And performers were trained using methods developed from the Soviet Union's gymnastics program. And we all know, like, how rigorous that training is. If you've ever watched the Olympics, you know, at least. So when the Moscow State Circus began touring in the 1950s, they were highly skilled. Artistically, physically, they had loads of originality in their performances, and the Russian circus, specifically Moscow State Circus, became well-renowned across the world. So Russia has a big part to play in terms of the artisticness, I would say. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Cirque du Soleil somehow originated from that type of performance that Russia wanted to put on for a circus. But yeah, this is just a brief thing about Russia, because they really went all out for circus in the 90s. They were very...
That is so
in the 1900s, I mean, not in the 90s. Yeah.
That is so funny to me. Okay, but like, I would actually really like to go to like a show, like a circus show in Russia. Like, that would, like, if I were to ever visit Russia, that would be on my bucket list. Cause like when you were talking about gymnastics, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Like, yeah, they have a really rigorous training. Maybe, I maybe it's a little too much.
Yeah, I mean,
but like, they're so beautiful.
Oh, I found a clip.
Did you?
I found a Moscow State Circus clip. Should we watch it? It's only 1 minute and 58 seconds.
Oh, I thought you were gonna play it. That's why I stopped talking.
Yeah, yes. Here. I'll stream it to you so that you can see it while I'm watching it.
Clip.
Me. This. Then. Okay. Oh, hello? There we go.
What the heck?
Okay, we got the classic clowns.
Yeah.
The stilt walking. Oh, I'm excited about this stuff. Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
But is that a kid?
Wait, is it?
He looked young.
I couldn't tell. Couldn't tell. That's talent right there.
Yeah. Wow.
Not believe he was just jump roping on a fucking unicycle. people who like eat fire.
I know. How cool. Circuses are cool.
They are. Like, yeah.
Like
better now than...
The human performers are cool, I should say. That are consenting and willing to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not being
exploited.
What's the word? Yes, there we go. Exploited. Yes. Oh boy, that rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
That rabbit hole. It makes me feel so bad.
Yeah, Lila's gonna dive into some of this now, but particularly the freak shows is really, really sad. They're all very sad.
There are, when we talk about horrors of, like, the circus, there's, I feel like, a few different things. Obviously, like, freak shows. Yes. There's also, like, animals and, you know, other things, right? So, animals, accidents, and, you know, some other things. So, okay. We gotta think about the time, too. Because I want to say, like, especially in the 18th century and 19th century, is when a lot of this stuff is probably going on, right?
Yeah.
A lot of... Yeah. A lot of 18th century specifically, but yeah, like 18th, 19th century. So, in the 18th and 19th century, America, there was a lot of stuff that was going on with the circus, okay? There was crime, vice, sorry, is it sexual? I got it in my head, but I don't know why I cannot just, like, read it.
Titillation.
Titillation. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, let me back up. Let me redo this part. Crime, vice, sexual titillation.
Okay.
I had Call Me Chris's, like, voice in my head, like, for her intro, for her, when she talks about her, like, murder mystery episodes, like, in my head. Crime, vice.
What I came back to. Sexual titillation.
Vice, it's sexual titillation. These were common things amongst when the circus was in town, you know? It was rumored that you know, like, the managers of the circus and stuff, they would make deals with, like, thieves and pickpocketers. So there would be people just wandering around pickpocketing and, like, stealing things from the crowd and, like, other people, and whatever they got, they, like, split, like, they gave a portion of it to the managers, so the managers kept letting them do it. Like, that's pretty sleazy. Sleazy bitches. Oh, this one gets me. Okay, we gotta think about the time period we're in, right? Okay. Women are usually pretty covered, right? You know, just seeing an ankle there can get a guy. Sorry. Just seeing an ankle can be a lot for some people, okay? Don't even get me started on, like, the knees. But when you think about what certain the clothing attire that let's say women would be wearing if they were a part of the circus, we got, like, you know, leotards and tights and stuff. So of course Of course, men would come and, like, you know, watch the women just because of that. They would. Oh my god, sleazy, sleazy, sleazy. Gosh. So yeah, basically, there was a lot of men coming to watch women in tight and leotards during a time where ankles would arouse men. So, I can't. Brain go, ooh! And on top of that, there were rumors of prostitution. I'm sorry. I am not laughing about the topic on hand. I am laughing at chat.
Right, of course. There were
rumors of prostitution going on as well. Sex trafficking was another thing. Or not sex trafficking, human trafficking. Oh my god, I cannot believe I almost misspoke. But yeah, there's rumors that, I could see sex trafficking going on, but that's just a theory. Anyway.
I mean, if there was prostitution, then technically there would be
human trafficking.
There would be sex trafficking then, because they're crossing state lines with prostitutes, so that's sex trafficking.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, again, prostitution, there's only rumors of it. There was no, like, concrete evidence that it was actually occurring, but if you think about it, in my opinion, like, you don't have to agree with me here, I think it makes sense. Like, come on now. Like, I could totally see, and we're gonna be getting into some of these, like, managers and stuff, like, people that own these businesses and how horrible of people they were. I could totally see them, like, pimping out their girls and the acrobatics and leotards and crap to people, And not even just, like, the people in the circus, but I could also see prostitutes going there if they knew that it would be a good place to pick people up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that okay? I was like, do I make sense now?
Yeah, you make sense. You make sense.
Okay, am I talking like, am I word vomiting? But yeah, no. I personally think that was probably going on, but again, gambling was another thing. So we got pickpocketing, stealing, sex, gambling. Gambling would go on outside the circus tents. We really sets the stage for you on what the circus was like back before getting into, like, the freak shows of it all. So, yeah. Now, the human oddities portion of the show. Dang, I got a lot. Oh, hold on a second. Give me one sec. Oh, I thought I muted. Well,
I like gambling, the rest not so much.
Yeah.
Are you a gacha game person, Polka?
Oh my god. Gacha games get me. I cannot. I have to stay away. Delete and banned. I can't. I'm like that sucker that they'd target. That's me. It's so bad. Ugh. Okay. Sorry. Dinner's taking a detour. I was answering a message.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, anyway. Freak shows. very, very big part of the circus. Human oddities, such as people, with body modifications, things like conjoined twins, people with dwarfism, basically anybody that did not appear, whose appearance did not fit in with what was the societal norm at the time, was considered an oddity.
Yeah, I put a
and
picture
a
of an example on the
spectacle.
screen.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's actually from PT's museum, I think. Yeah. So yeah, anybody basically that didn't fit in with the norm look-wise or had, like, actual medical shit going on, was considered to be a freak show! Yay! Boo. Now I will say, there are some people on this list who were kind of okay with what was going on, in more of the sense of they ended up well off afterwards and lived okay lives. But most of the people, I feel like, either had no idea what was truly going on, because this also affected people with, like, low mental awareness as well.
Yeah.
So pretty
People got taken
know.
advantage of a lot.
Yeah, I really do, especially freaking PT here. He's a prick, man. That's all I can say. I don't. Yeah, no. But the other guys that we'll be talking about later too, they're pricks as well.
Yeah.
What was it? The Ringling group or whatever.
Yeah, brothers.
Yeah. No, they're all. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So the height of the popularity of, like, freak shows was, and I hate saying that. It, like, hurts my soul.
Yeah.
But it was, like, the 19th and 20th century. Period of 1840s through 1940s specifically. There was a lot of, like, the organized for profit of physical, mental, or behavioral rarities. Not all, I will say this. Not all of them were real. Some of them alleged, fake, but most of them were definitely real, I feel like. But then again, I don't know, like, how many circuses actually were, like, or how many people were, like, actually doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There were so many different groups and stuff running around. So some of them were fake lies, but yeah, a lot of them were, like, real people being exploited, so.
Keep fighting, Polka. Keep fighting the internet.
Yeah! I fight with the internet every day, I feel it.
Well, I'm going to upload all 4 episodes of our VODs to our VOD channel tomorrow, so it'll be up on the YouTube channel.
Look at that. I always have, like, it always takes forever when I try to upload something to YouTube.
Yeah. My upload speed is way better than my download speed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, my download speed is abysmal. My download
speed isn't bad. No, my download speed is actually pretty good.
That's opposite for me.
Horrible.
I'm the opposite. My download speed sucks. It takes me 2 hours to download a game where someone else takes, like, 10 minutes. Bruh.
Holy shit. Okay, well.
You learned something.
Yeah, mermaids aren't real, yeah. Oh yeah, so the attractiveness of freak shows led to the spread of shows that were commonly seen at amusement parks, circuses, museums, things like that. In the 1860s, the American Museum archived 13 human curiosities in the museum, and this is like PT's museum that has been referenced. So, some of the things in his museum was an albino family, the living Aztecs, 3 dwarves, a black mother with 2 albino children, the Swiss bearded lady, the Highland Fat Boys, the What Is It / Monkey Man / Zip the Pinhead. Like, that guy had multiple names.
Yeah.
The giantess. Why does that feel weird to say? Giantess. Yeah, I'm saying that right? Yeah. Giantess.
Yeah, giantess.
Like,
yeah, giantess.
Yeah. Tess. Okay, yeah, okay, that feels a little bit better. Tom Thumb as well. Commander Newt? It's Nutt. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's either Nut or Newt. Yeah, he had quite a bit of people. Some of them we'll be talking about. Some of them are other people, you know. But you know, there's a lot of stuff going on. So basically, anybody who was non-white, had a disability, were often exhibited as unknown races and cultures. These unknown races and disabled whites were advertised as being undiscovered humans to attract viewers. So, like, obese giant dwarfs and stuff. It's so crazy to me, because when you, like, this guy, PT, would basically find someone, right, who had an oddity, and rewrite their whole story. Fake name, fake story. We'll get into it a little bit with some of these, but it's just crazy. Like, they're acting, basically, you know?
Yeah.
But the things that are being portrayed, said, and shown are, like, either very racist or very, like, what's the word?
Ableist?
Basically, like, not... No, crap, you said it earlier. The word that you used. I can't think of what it was now.
Exploitative.
Yes, exploitative. Oh my gosh.
High-rooted
yes.
wound. Glorpin time.
High-rooted. So yeah, going into, like, the race side of things. One of PT's first victims, I would say, was Joyce Heath. Wait. Sorry, guys, even with my contacts on, my eyesight's like, woo. Heath. There's no L. Okay, Joyce. She was a former slave. Yes, slavery was going on around this time. She was a former slave. She was a blind, paralyzed former slave. In 1835, she was sold to PT by her enslaver in Kentucky. She was in her late 70s, early 80s, and was nearly blind, mostly paralyzed. He took her to the museum and charged money for people to look at her, claiming she was 161 years old, and the nurse was the nurse to George Washington.
Right.
This guy's just a scammer, okay?
Yeah,
that's what he
scammer,
is.
bro.
After her death in 1836, P.T. Barnum staged a public autopsy, charging people 50 cents, about $15 in today's currency, to see the autopsy. And the coroner revealed that Joyce was actually around 80 years old instead of 161 years old. And Barnum didn't want to, be caught for lying, but he did later admit that it was a hoax. So he didn't want to be caught for lying, so he blamed Joyce for lying, but he did later admit that it was a hoax on his end. So yeah, he's a pretty scummy guy. And then we have, oh yeah, I did not have a picture of her. I forgot to get a picture of her, my bad.
It's okay.
But we do have a picture for William Henry Johnson. He is the black guy with the pointed head.
Let me get the freak show picture out of it.
Wearing the monkey-esque fur.
Yeah, I got him.
Yup. William Henry Johnson. So this guy, he's the one with many nicknames that I mentioned earlier. But his main one, or most well-known one, I guess you could say, was Zip the Pinhead. He was originally from New Jersey. Okay. I don't know if his condition was ever confirmed after his death. I know with one of the other later people it was, the autopsy confirmed it. But it was thought that he had a condition known as Sero, help.
Microcephaly?
Microcephaly. Yeah, that. Microcephaly. Yep. So he was thought to have microcephaly, that, where one's head is smaller than the rest of the body. I don't even think his head's that pointy.
I don't either. I mean, I guess without hair. Oh my gosh, my voice just died there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look that
pretty big guy, so
yeah.
But Barnum dressed Johnson in a fursuit, as we see here, and dubbed him as the missing link, accompanied by the phrase, "What is it?" He was supposedly caught in Africa and displayed in a cage. He went by Zip the Pinhead, the "What is it?" or the Monkey Man. Dude, tell me this is...
Bruh.
This is so racist! What the fuck? Zip's early performances were set against a background story. It was told to the audience that the tribe of the missing links had been discovered in Africa, and that Zip was one of these. It was further explained that the wild man, the "What is it?" subsisted, oh my god. Not subsisted. No! Yeah, okay, whatever. He lived off of raw meat, nuts, and fruit, but was learning to eat more civilized fare, such as bread and cake. Zip would then be revealed in a cage, where he would then rattle the bars and screech. So, yeah, talk about racist, right?
Yeah. And no, Rooted, we did not talk about that. We didn't really talk about circus music in our research. But that is interesting. That's interesting.
Honestly didn't even think about that. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't think of anything circus-wise,
it's interesting
with
that the classic circus music we associate with clowns was inspired by the Romans, since that's where circus originated, ancient Rome.
True, yeah.
Full circle. Full circle, guys.
Full circle. Look at that. Yeah, no, I didn't even think about that or like clothing or anything. Like you were talking about earlier with stripes. I didn't think about any of that.
Yeah.
Like, so. But okay, another big one, another really popular one with a semi-better ending, I feel like. Chang, Bunker, and oh god, Ing Bunker? Eng?
Mhm.
Eng? Or
Probably Eng.
Eng? Yeah, okay. They were the Siamese twins.
You didn't
They
have a picture of
became
them, right?
They're the conjoined twins. Conjoined twins. They should be
Ah, I
wearing
see
the
them.
same-
I missed that picture.
Yeah.
All right, perfectly though. I know how to get files in here quickly now, guys.
I wish I did.
You just drag and drop them.
Woo! You can?
Yep.
Oh shit!
From your
I didn't
file
know that.
folder. You have to save it, but you can just drag and drop them from your file folder. There we go.
Oh, that is so nice. Ooh, good to know.
There they
So
are.
these handsome fellas, they're synonymous for being conjoined twins. They were widely exhibited as curiosities and were two of the 19th century's most studied human beings.
They look so
I
dapper,
wonder,
I will
like-
say, in their outfits.
Yeah, don't they? They have such a happy, like, they get married and it's great. But actually they have a lot of kids, so
Oh.
How?
Oh.
Actually, I don't know if I want to think about it. Like, they both have wives. They will end up with wives, and they both end up with a bunch of kids.
Interesting.
I don't.
Three's a party, man.
Oh god. What it'd be for though?
Not if they're doing the wives at the same time. I mean, that's what I'm not thinking they're all going down at the same time, man. I was thinking like one wife gets to have their time, other brother puts in some earplugs.
How did this go down? Okay. Anyway. we're not this is not a sus podcast, guys. We're
thinking
Holy.
scientifically, to be honest.
Yeah, no, we really are. Like, it's just yeah. Where exactly were they conjoined at? Hold on. I know their livers were fused. I know that. Did they No. They have two. No, never mind. Okay. Anyway, they were brothers. Well, obviously, they're brothers. They're born with Chinese ancestry in what is now Thailand. They were born in what is now Thailand. They were brought to the United States in 1829. They were really lively, like, youths. And even, like, as adults, they were pretty, like, I don't want to say fit. Oh, like, athletic. There we go. Athletic. They were pretty athletic. Their mom said that they would run around and play with other children. Their mother raised them to be like other children. She was in a matter-of-fact way. She didn't give them special, like, attention, even though they were, like, born differently, which, I don't know, props on the mom for that, I feel like,
Yeah.
They were living, like, normal lives as normal kids. But, when they were 17, they traveled to the United States, and, they, like, entered into a contract with, people who saw them and wanted them to be basically exploit them for how they looked. But they did end up, after some time, they did leave the control of their managers because they felt like the managers were cheating them. And they ended up touring on their own for, like, another 10 years. They toured for a long time in their lives. Like, not just, like, with under management, like, with groups and stuff like that, you know? Because they were another, PT, showcase, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But they did their own thing, like, independently for a very long time. I want to say it was about 10 years. I didn't write it down, but I feel like that's what I remember reading. In early exhibitions, they were displayed for their, like, athleticism again, and they held conversations in English. When they became more, like, fluent in English, it was more, like, dignified, I guess you could say, later on. But in 1839, after a decade of financial success, that's where I got the decade from. The twins quit touring and settled near a place in North Carolina. They settled in North Carolina. They became American citizens. They married local sisters. They fathered 21 children.
Mm. Okay.
21. That's in total. That's in total though, like between the two of them. So I don't know how many was
each.
They did own slaves, which was, I guess, you know, the norm then. What?
I mean, I
Isn't
guess,
that weird?
but that's so weird when they were, I guess because they were successful because of this, they, like, didn't think about it? I don't know.
That, like, if they were really going for, like, quote-unquote, the American experience, like, they became American citizens.
Yeah.
So,
I guess
don't know. But I do... Yeah,
it's still sad,
they did own slaves. Yeah. But, yeah, they married local sisters and fathered 21 fucking children. That is crazy. Obviously, it worked, okay? Despite being conjoined. Crap, I just lost. Oh, there we go. So what they did, they had two separate homes. Okay, that one wife with, like, their children and the other wife with their children. And how they would go about this, they would do, like, a 3-day stay, alternating between, so every 3 days, I guess you could say each husband/father was with their family. They would rotate every 3 days, going back and forth between the two homes. Which I thought was interesting.
I found a picture of their family.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Here, let's
see it.
Throw it up here. Oh, it's gonna be blurry. They're in the middle there. You can kind of see.
Yeah, they have hella kids, bro.
Yeah, and I found... Here, let me pull up the one of them and their wives so we can see that one. They don't look happy, but, you know, that could just be because of the way you, like, had to photograph back then.
I was gonna say, I feel like nobody ever smiled in photographs back then.
Okay, oh my gosh. Okay, we're covering the whole screen, guys.
What?
Alright, these were the sisters. Sarah, Sally, and Adelaide Yates.
You know what's interesting to me? Twins? Like, I've seen this a lot, actually. It's even in my family. Twins marrying a set of siblings.
Yeah, yeah.
Or siblings marrying a set of siblings.
Yeah.
Like, that's in my own family.
Really?
Yeah, one of my uncles has a brother,
Mm-hmm.
and they each married a different sister on
Sister?
my father's side. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Neither of them none of them were twins, but I do know like twins will marry twins too. That one's a little bit more interesting to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, like siblings marrying like other siblings. It's interesting to me how that works, you know?
Yes.
But like I feel like it's also pretty pretty normalized to me because that's what I grew up with.
Yeah.
So. But yeah. Anyway, back
Their
on track.
children are beautiful, though. I will say.
Aww. They had good genes.
They did.
Good kids.
They're all very beautiful.
Aww. Well, so again, like they were successful. They had big families. After the Civil War, you know, they did lose their slaves. They also lost a part of their wealth, but it didn't say like it was a lot or anything like that. They just part of it. But this is how they died, okay? Because obviously, like, if one's gonna die, I feel like the other one's gonna die shortly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're conjoined.
Yeah.
They share stuff. So yeah, that is what happened. Eng, sorry, died first. Or nope. Backtrack. Chang died first at the age of 62. And then his brother, Eng, died hours after. So just like a couple hours after Chang died, he died.
Oh.
And then yeah, that checks out. And then the autopsy revealed that their livers were fused. And there was a ligament connecting them to their sternum? I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but you were like the person who studied a lot of biology.
Yeah, sternum.
Oh, sternum.
Okay. It's just because it's plural.
Oh, I was typing based off of the article. I don't. Okay. See, learning new things. But yeah, that's.
Would you like to see a picture of their family now?
Yeah.
This is some of their descendants.
Oh, that's actually really cute.
Yeah, they have
family. Were like handsome guys.
They have family shirts that say "Family Sticks Together" with a picture of them on the back of it.
That's actually really funny. That is really cute.
Yeah, so that's some of their descendants.
You know, it's so crazy to think that, like, because one of the people I talk about later died in, like, 2006. And I'm like, that really just puts in perspective, like, this was not that long ago.
Yeah.
Crazy how that works. Oh, sweet. Okay. So, next is Annie Jones. She's the bearded lady. She has, okay, I'm gonna try. It's basically, it's, also known as werewolf syndrome. But it's hypertrichosis.
Hypertrichosis.
Trichosis! Hypertrichosis! Yes.
Yes.
Hypertrichosis. Werewolf syndrome. Yeah. She's actually really pretty.
Yeah, she is, and her waist is snatched. What the heck?
It is. Like, dang. She's one of the very many oddities. I can go through her stuff real quick. Let's see. The bearded lady. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the picture like more up front now. I was looking off the stream, but now that I'm looking like up close again, yeah. She was so pretty. She was a part of the Ringling Bros in Barney and Bailey Circus. Okay. She was one of history's most recognizable freak show performances. She was born in 1865 with her chin already covered in hair. She began her career at... Oh my god, dude. She began her career at the age of 1, being featured in P.T. Barnum's American Museum. Damn, she had to deal with him and the Ringling Bros? That's horrible! She was obviously successful. Barnum offered her parents a 3-year contract, so she worked $150 per week, which actually that's... I feel like not bad, you know? During that time.
Yeah.
She was known as the Bearded Girl, obviously. She had a mustache and sideburns by the time she was 5. She was so popular with the audiences that the other circus recruiters wanted to feature her in their shows. And some were willing to resort to horrific measures to do so. But while she was under the care of PT, she was appointed a nanny. This poor girl was kidnapped by a New York, I'm gonna send you this because I honestly don't know. It's a type of doctor, but I honestly don't know at all how to pronounce that.
Okay. It is phrenologist.
Okay. Maybe he's not a doctor. I don't know. I don't actually know. I assumed he was a doctor.
Well, phrenology is fake science, but it's like the science where like the bumps on your head like mean like you have a certain personality trait or a certain ailment or...
Oh yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. It's not real.
Science that involves the shapes. Okay, yeah. Well, that batshit crazy person kidnapped her because they wanted to exhibit her in their own show. Luckily, she was found in upstate New York, but then the kidnapper made a wild claim that the girl was actually his child. Holy shit. The matter went to court. This poor girl. She quickly ran into the arms of her real parents. Oh, can you imagine being 5 years old, being kidnapped for how you look, and then this crazy man saying that you're their daughter?
Yeah.
This poor child. The judge called the case. Yeah, trauma for sure. Basically, her mom remained close to her for like the rest of her career as a performer. Thank God. But as an adult, she did perform as the bearded lady or bearded woman. And she also began to pursue her own interests, becoming just as well known for her musical skills as her bearded face. So she was not just, a one-trick pony. In her final years, she began the campaign against the use of the word freak, thank you, to describe sideshow performers, but she was unsuccessful. And by the end of her life, she had known no other life other than that of a freak. That is so sad. Outside of the circus, she was married twice, the second time widowed, before becoming ill during a visit to her mother's home in Brooklyn, where she passed away from tuberculosis at the age of 37. This Poor girl.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Justice for Annie, Jesus! She's so pretty! It makes me happy that she got married, though. Like, I hope it was marriage for happiness. I guess she could have gotten married not for that, but I hope it was. Yeah. So that was Annie. And then, oh my god. I need a drink. Hold on. Sorry. Actually, I have to go potty real quick. I've been holding it. I can't hold it anymore. Sero.
Yitch. Go potty.
Did you hear? Oh, okay. I was like, did you hear me?
Yeah, no, waiting for you to go potty.
I'll talk. I was like, I would like some feedback here.
Acknowledgement. Yeah, go pee. No,
yeah,
pee your
acknowledgement.
Pants. Guys, what if I just didn't respond and she just peed her pants? Maybe that was the move. I don't know. This freak show stuff, which I do hate that it's called that, is really just really sad, if I'm being honest. Though I do think the Chang and Aang bunker stuff was really interesting just because of how successful they were. I feel like, I don't know, it is a little weird that it's actually not that weird that the successful ones, the ones that are getting paid well, the ones that are, making it better lives for themselves, are the ones that are looking down upon other people that are seen as lesser than. Because I mean, maybe they didn't experience it. Maybe they thought less of. Maybe they felt more like stars rather than spectacles. Maybe they didn't see themselves as being gawked at, like in a negative way, but in a positive way. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I do think it's a little weird. It is, though. Glad you're able to talk more about it. Yeah. It is sad. But it is important to, share stories like this because these people didn't really get to, their lives weren't actually told. It was only ever what, in this case, a lot of the time, PT would, make up for their lives. So now we get to actually talk about what it really was. And we can, normalize, not necessarily normalize, but put a name to what was going on with them. It makes it less of a freak show and more of oh, they just had a medical condition. That's all that was. But I guess back then when they didn't know what it was called, that's all they could really say, I guess. Anything they didn't know about was weird, strange. Even though, when you name it, it still can be strange to people. I don't know. It's just a different connotation, maybe. The William Henry Johnson one, that one was wild. He created a whole ass story about him being caught in Africa and displayed in a cage, and yeah, no. That was crazy. He obviously, I wonder if he, well, I guess maybe he didn't speak. Maybe he was told he couldn't speak. Maybe he could only, yell or grunt or, because he's from New Jersey.
That I don't know.
He was from New Jersey, so he wouldn't talk like he was from anywhere other than New Jersey.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I think he ended up doing Coney Island in his, later years as well.
Oh, okay.
But, since we weren't talking about Coney Island, I didn't really include that. Okay. Sorry, gotta get situated here.
No problemo, brother.
Okay. So, this next one is a bit more of a sad one. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there's gonna be quite a few sad ones, unfortunately.
This is the living skeleton. Isaac W. Spurgay. You know, we're rolling with it, the pronunciation's right. So Isaac, did you see that picture?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm like looking off of the actual stream, so I don't know if it's like delayed or not. Yeah. Damn. Like, I feel bad for this guy, but no joke, it does give me chills. Like, seeing him like this, you know?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like pictures of like prisoners of war or like Holocaust survivors.
Yeah.
It has the same
Yeah.
eeriness, but obviously it's a whole different thing. Like he has a condition rather than he was being traumatized in a prison camp or like starved to death in a concentration camp.
Well, get this. He was normal for most of his childhood. He was like a normal kid. It wasn't until he was like 12 where he started losing a ton of weight. And he started like feeling ill.
Yeah.
And the weight loss, like it was rapid. Like it was like not yeah, no, my arms hurt too. I'm trying like to avoid, honestly, I'm trying to avoid looking at the picture because it gives me chills because I feel so bad. Because like he did have actual
Did he have
issues
like
from
muscle
it.
atrophy with it as well? Here, let me see what his condition was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, the weight loss continued throughout his life despite having a healthy appetite. His condition has been described by historians as extreme progressive muscular atrophy.
Yeah. Because that's what it looks like, yeah. He has no muscle. That's painful.
Yeah. Yeah. And it did lead to his death. Poor guy.
His bones probably hurt. Ugh. This is chilling. This is chilling. Ugh.
He actually, later in life, he had to carry around a flask of milk around his neck to keep himself nourished, so he wouldn't, like, pass out and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor guy. So, when he was an adult, he weighed 43 pounds and stood at 5'6".
Taller than us?
Yeah. By the time he was in his 20s, Isaac was desperate to find work. His parents had died.
Aww.
And his condition like sapped him of his energy, making it really difficult to find a job and work. A showman suggested he put himself on display. So he went to New York City to meet P.T. Barnum. And the rest of his life revolved around the circus. Isaac performed in Barnum's American Museum and joined Barnum when he took his show on the road. Along the way, he met and married Tamar Moore, with whom he did have 3 healthy children. So there is that. Yeah. His children did not have his condition. However, Isaac didn't particularly enjoy working at a freak show. Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
He often felt like he just didn't have a choice. He did try to find other employment, but it was really hard to find steady employment elsewhere because of his condition. And he had also picked this part's alleged. He allegedly had a gambling problem. I don't know if that's for real or not, but he allegedly had a gambling problem. But all while Isaac's condition took its toll, like I said, he had to wear that like flask of milk because it was really hard for him to even get his weight anywhere above 50 pounds. Like it was, well, yeah, it was really hard. His condition was unknown for most of his life. He was finally diagnosed with progressive muscular atrophy in 1882. And this is a rare condition that causes progressive weakness and, again, muscular atrophy. Isaac died on January 5th, 1887, and though he earned good money as a performer, he did it for a long time, it is said that he did die in poverty, and that being that he gambled it mostly away. But again, like, the gambling is alleged, but I guess it makes sense in that case. And then later the skeleton... Well, this doesn't have to do with that, my bad. So yeah, he did die in poverty, which I thought was really sad. But he had a wife and 3 healthy kids!
Yay!
Yeah. Another guy who didn't want to be a part of the freak show, but had to be, basically. Poor thing. But he is one of the many, like, people dubbed living skeletons. There are, if you look, there are a ton of them. And, which is also really sad. But actually, a pretty common act that does, like, occur during this time is a skeleton man getting hitched with the fat lady and them being like a couple. That is a pretty common act that they had going on. So that wasn't his act, but it was something that did happen at like the circus and stuff during this time period. So I thought that was interesting. But yeah, poor guy. I really feel for him. Yay for fam! Yeah.
At least he got to feel loved and have the love of having a child.
Yeah. Like healthy kids too, you know?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to worry about him.
Poor guy, man.
Okay. So. Okay,
Who is next?
I am trying to remember which picture this is, so give me like 1 second.
Oh, I think I know. I think I know.
Do you?
Yeah. This guy?
Yeah! That guy. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Did I not send you a clothed picture of him?
No. Don't think so.
Oh, I didn't? Oh, shit.
No, you only sent me that one.
Oh, my bad. Well, okay. Yeah, the 3, yep. Okay, so this is... Francisco... I'm gonna say Francisco. I'm sorry if that's not his name. That's what it looks like to me, but there's like an extra letter.
Lentini.
Francesco! I was like, there's an extra letter there. Francesco Latini?
Latini,
or
yeah.
Latini?
Lentini. Oh my gosh.
Lantini. Oh damn, a podcast episode about the German government?
Bruh.
Fuck.
Imagine.
So Lentini. I'm sorry. He was July 1884 through September 22nd, 1966.
Oh, circus and
Did I say
horrors.
sick? 1966. Did I say 66 or 66?
You said 66.
66. So this is known as the parasite twin, okay? The twin was attached to Lentini's body at the base of his spine and consisted of a pelvis bone with a rudimentary set of male genitalia and a full-size leg extending from the right side of his hip, with a small foot protruding from his knee. So that is what is going on right there. This poor guy. Now, because there's a bunch of people that we're talking about, I didn't go into depth for him. But I did want to mention him just because I was telling Sero earlier, like before this, guys, that like there are so many people that were labeled freaks and like just exploited for that like I felt really bad and that I felt like I had to at least mention anyone that I came across of, even if it wasn't in depth. But yeah, he had a parasite twin, basically, and that is how that happened. The poor guy. A bit different from Chang and
Yeah.
Ink from
Yeah.
earlier. But it is kind of like, that is interesting. A pelvis bone, male genitalia, and a full-size leg with a foot.
Yeah. Usually it would have been like taken over by the turn in utero, but it does sometimes like form like this. There was a woman who had her sibling fully like basically a stone casting of them because it like petrified in her like all her whole life. It was just in her body.
Shit.
Yeah.
Just because I want to know what kind of ending he had, I will look up if he got married. Or like what the end of his life was.
Yeah.
He did get married. He married Teresa S. Murray of Massachusetts and had 4 children. Josephine, James, Frank, and that is a different name. Natal? Oh, sorry. Okay, he had 4 kids and he was married, so, you know, I guess that's, like, nice, right?
Yeah, good for him.
Right. Good for him.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so the next one is Ella. Go.
Oh, yeah. Camel Girl. Ella. This is Ella Harper. She's the Camel Girl. Born January 1870 and died December 19th, 1921. Oh, Lord. It is a very rare condition. Congenital Ginru recurvatum. Yup. A very rare orthopedic condition that caused her knees to bend backwards. Her preference to walk on all 4s resulted in her nickname, Camel Girl. Damn. So, like, they bent backwards instead of forwards?
Yeah.
Or did they... That's crazy. She's so cute, too. Like, look at her. She's adorable.
Yeah, she's adorable.
They just bend backwards, or are they backwards?
Are her
well,
kneecaps backwards? Because her feet are forward. But if her knees are backwards, that would make sense why her legs bend that way.
She preferred to walk on all fours because it felt more comfortable. So...
I'm sure. Because her feet are facing the other way. Like, the opposite way of her knees. So, like, it would probably be harder to walk upright.
Huh. Well...
She has strong arms. I already know.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Obviously, she did showbiz as a young girl. I actually cannot find a lot on her, but, she did intend to quit show business to go to school, but I don't actually know if she did or not. Like, I actually can't really find a lot on her, but I did find she did marry a school teacher named Robert in 1905, and then she died in 1921 at the age of 51. She's actually buried in Nashville, Tennessee. So,
Okay.
I think she might have died from colon cancer, but don't quote me on that. So, yeah, that's Ella Harper. I feel bad when these guys are like kids being put into this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It reminds me of Family Vlog. But I feel like this is even worse. I don't know. Maybe not. So, next is the world's tallest man. Jack.
Not to be confused with Jack the Ripper.
No. He's Jack the Gentle Giant. Nothing like Jack the Ripper. Nothing
Jack's
like that.
Good twin. Instead of evil twin.
Yeah. Oh. So there's sorry. I'm eating like soup right now, which is really helping my throat throughout all this. So there's a YouTuber I like, right?
Yeah.
Wendigo. And then there's another YouTuber that I just recently found and did not know they were friends, called Papa Meat. Wendigo does all that like
Papa
cool
Meat!
I love Papa Meat. He's so funny. And then Wendigo is so cool. He's like that, like one of those conspiracy type guys, right? Well, they have a podcast together, dude, called Creepcast, and you want to know what they discuss?
What?
Like creepypastas and shit. I was dying. I was like, no fucking way.
I didn't know he had a podcast.
Not just creepypasta. Yeah. Creepypastas and, you know, other things like that. Basically, like, just creepy stuff. And, oh my god, it's so good. I love it so much. I've been listening to them going through all the creepypastas we've gone through already. And, like, a lot of the stuff Papa Meat hasn't, like, ever really experienced before.
Yeah.
So it's, like, just so... It's so good. It's so good. You should check it out.
Okay.
But,
Papa Meat
yeah,
and
it's called
Wendigo.
Creepcast.
Oh, Creepcast? Okay, I'll look that up. Gosh, I see it.
But I highly suggest Wendigo, too. Wendigo. He's
oh my gosh!
really awesome.
I see it. I'm gonna subscribe. So I just realized I was on my personal YouTube account. Gotta love it.
No, I haven't watched the Jeff the Killer one yet.
Oh,
they do Jeff the Killer.
bruh. Oh my gosh, this is
See?
everything.
I listen to Squidward's Unaliving. I listen to, Bend Round. I listen to them do 1999, Candle Cove, and some other ones. But yeah, I have not listened to Jeff the Killer or Jeff. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, I watch it with
listen to
my
them talk about
partner.
Jeff.
I watch Meat Canyon or Papa Meat with my partner. So I was like, I just messaged him the Creepcast. I was like, we gotta watch all of these.
Dude, it's so good. I love Papa Meat and his wife. Oh my god, they're so cute. When they talked about like their wedding and stuff, it was adorable. But yeah, anyway. Sorry for that little tangent. Back to this. Jack. Did I send you a picture of Jack?
The tall one? No.
Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, let me send you one real quick because he's a cutie. He's a cutie. He's adorable.
I just see handsome Erwin here. Dude, him being the son of such an icon with this body?
Oh.
I'm not talking about doors again, Newt. We're talking about none other than this man right here. Look at this
Placement of that fucking reptile.
I know.
Look
at this smoke show.
Does he have a girlfriend?
I think he does. No, the guy, not the lizard. Let me see. Robert Irwin.
Does he have a partner? Because that is one lucky partner. Well,
yes, he does have a partner.
Personally, I don't think I could put up with the spiders and shit.
Oh, never mind. They split. Never mind.
Oh, so he's single. Okay, I'm gonna use this picture because this really showcases just like how tall he is. But he's a cutie.
Not the lizard.
Wow! Oh, I do have a boyfriend. Look at chat. The first thing I see was talk about the toilet. Oh, we talked about poop earlier. We talked about elephant poop. Okay,
No, she's not tiny. He's tall.
Yeah, no, he is very tall. Like, do you see that bike or whatever that is?
Yeah. The unicycle?
Yeah, that's what it's called. I was like, what the fuck is that thing called?
My dad can ride one of those.
Really?
Yeah, he used to ride it. He used to ride it backwards down the road that we live on. He'd drive by the side yard and be like, I don't know. I think he juggled once on it too. My dad is secretly talented at a lot of things.
That is not fair.
Yeah. I think we found his unicycle, but in the garage somewhere, but I don't know if we kept it. He is a Giga Chad, honestly. He's very good at things.
Dude, now just staring at this picture. Because they're right there. I hate spiders though. The fact that the spider is crawling on his arm just thin his abs. Okay, anyway. World's tallest man, Jack Earl. Born in 1906. Jack stood 6 feet tall before the age of 10. Okay? Did not stop there. By 13, he was already over 7 feet tall. His true height as an adult does remain debatable, but the numbers range from 7'7" to 8'6". So, yeah, that... I am trying to imagine that next to me. Like, I know I'm, like, really short. Like, I'm below 5 foot. And I am, like, trying to picture somebody 8'6", or just 8 feet tall in general. That is fucking insane.
Yeah.
I can't. I cannot. I can't even.
I think that's as tall as my ceiling.
Really?
I think so.
He's like such a gentle soul too, from what it sounds like. But
I love his hat in this picture.
I know! He's so cute. Dang, Lila's Iron Mouse size. Yeah, I'm really short. I'm really short. I've been short my whole life. I'm not growing. You know what people say to me? Like customers or like random people I've run into? They'll be like, oh, you'll shrink even more when you're older. Thanks. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah. His condition is known as... Man, I'm really putting myself through the ringer today with pronunciation. Acromegar... What? Please tell me that looks like garlic to you. Acromegarlic...
Acromegalic.
Gigantism.
Acromegalic gigantism.
What's Sero say? Like, it looks like garlic. Gallic. That makes sense. I'm sorry. Okay, and while his height could be oh my god. His height could be an advantage, okay, in some situations, yeah. But in other situations, it was actually really dangerous. So this poor guy, okay, he was a Hollywood actor. That was his dream. You know, he wanted to act. And he appeared in films like Hansel and Gretel and Jack and the Beanstalk. Of course it was Jack and the Beanstalk. Of course it was Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh. If Jack and the Beanstalk wasn't so old, I'd be like, did they write Jack and the Beanstalk for him? His name's Jack. But... You know... I'm assuming he was the giant, but I actually don't know. So...
Hi, Dre. Why can't I hear the sound alert?
Hi, Dre.
Sorry, I
was gonna say...
For some reason, the volume did not go on the sound alert. So let me just... remedy that. You want to play it again? Not that it'll be as surprising. I'm sorry, it was muted.
Imagine that. Well...
It was already broken. Dang. It didn't break. Here, let me, Rick, I gotta find our podcast channel. Gosh, I gotta scroll. Okay. Muting, so I don't have to listen to myself.
Oh. He did actually have an accident. I lost my place.
Bye, Akamo. Have a good night.
Bye.
See you next week.
there we go. He had a fall from a what? I don't. I've heard this before, but I don't actually know what it is. Hold on a second. I need to Google this.
Scaffolding?
Oh, I know what that thing is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Scaffolding. What you said.
Scaffolding.
He fell off. Yes. He fell off one of those, and it led to major injuries, causing him to retire from the movie industry, which is really sad, because that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then the fucking Ringling brothers over here, they fucking were like, oh, this guy. And, he was taller than the current, like, traveling giant they had with them. So they saw an opportunity, offered him a 1-year contract, and the thing is, Jack never wanted to be in a freak show. But since his acting career was now gone, like he couldn't act anymore, he needed to make a living somehow, so he signed the contract for a year. And on his first day, he was actually put at ease when a performer with dwarfism named Carrie Doll explained that there were more freaks in the audience than in the show. Which, honestly, I love that. I love that. I love that. I stand. So, the Gentle Giant began with the Ringling Brothers, and his career alongside a two, oh my god, a 2 tall Major Mite, Clarence Chesterfield Howerton. Holy cow. So they had the, like, 7 to 8 foot guy doing an act with the 2'2" guy. He would spend the next 14 years on the road, and often posing alongside extremely short men or average-sized men to emphasize his height. After retiring, Earl went on to become a traveling salesman. There we go, for the Roma Wine Company. He did die of kidney failure in 1952 at the age of 46. So, hey, he didn't spend his whole life as a freak show. Like, he didn't want to do that to begin with, but, you know. I don't know if he ever got married. I never found anything about that. But, yeah, he was a salesman at the end, so got out of that gig. Good for him. Good for him. Now I'm curious, did he marry? Let's see. Never married, without children, but he was a friend to all he encountered. That's really cute! Aww. Dubbed a larger-than-life Texan. Okay. So... Oh, I don't know if I sent you this next one. General Tom Thumb. I don't... I did not. I did not. Okay. I should actually grab a picture of him real quick because he's a fascinating guy. Okay, so this next one, this guy's actually pretty famous. His name is Charles Sherwood Stratton. He is a dwarf that was given the name General Tom Thumb by none other than PT. So, let me grab a picture here. Oh, he got married! I'll send you a picture of that too, because it's really cute. You're gonna find it cute. Oh. Charles. He was 4 years old, but he was stated to be 11, because, PT and his lying and shit, right? He stopped growing at 6 months of his life, at which point he was 25 inches tall, 64 centimeters, and weighed 15 pounds, or 6.8 kilograms. With heavy coaching and natural talent, the boy was taught to imitate people from Hercules to Napoleon. By 5, he was drinking wine, and by 7, he was smoking cigars for the public's amusement. This one really, makes me, mad. Specifically at PT. Because, yes, this guy becomes, famous, especially during this time. And he, does end up making, a lot, but this is a fucking kid. And he should not be drinking and smoking. Oh my god. P.T. Barnum toured with Tom Thumb in Europe. Well, obviously in America, but he also toured with him in Europe. And he actually met Queen Victoria. And Queen Victoria was amused with this little guy. But she was also saddened by the little man. Barnum did pay Charles handsomely. He paid him about $150 a week. And then when he retired, he did live in a pretty esteemed neighborhood of New York. He owned a yacht, and he dressed in the nicest clothing he could buy.
That's a pretty good paycheck for those times.
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. It really was, but it's this just... He was so young! Crowds would mob him wherever he went. His popularity and celebrity surpassed that of any actor within his time. Oh yeah, also General Tom Thumb. The name comes after a popular English fairy tale, I guess, called Tom Thumb. I don't know the fairy tale myself, but... Sorry, I sneezed. No cat sneezed today. On stream. So yeah, his tour, he did so well that he, just toured the world. Let me see here. I'm trying to see. On his 13th birthday, he was exactly 2 feet 5 inches. Okay, here it is. I wanted to talk about his marriage. So, he married in 1863 to Lavinia Warner, who was also a dwarf. She was also a circus performer. And the wedding took place in New York. The couple stood atop a grand piano at the reception to greet 10,000 guests at the wedding. Holy shit. The maid of honor was Lavinia's sister, who is also a dwarf. Oh my god, they're all so adorable. Following the wedding, the couple was received by President Lincoln at the White House. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to say that.
Here, let me put up the wedding thing.
Yeah, Charles, befriends Lincoln. How crazy is that?
They're so cute.
They're adorable. He did become a wealthy man.
That's a beautiful dress, too.
Right? They had money. They lived in a really, rich, fashionable part of New York. Again, he had a yacht. They had the finest clothes. He also owned a special adaptive home on one of Connecticut's Thimble Islands. I didn't even know that there were islands over there. When Barnum got into financial difficulty, Charles actually bailed him out. And later they became business partners. And he made his final appearance in England in 1878. Dude, I would not. No. Fuck Barnum. Fuck him. Whatever. So, yeah. Do you talk about the Newhall fire? Is that something you're talking about? Oh, no, that's a house. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I only talk about the circus fires.
That's a house fire. Okay. There was so Charles and his wife were in Milwaukee, okay? They were staying at this place called Newhall House, and a fire broke out. Imagine that, a fire breaking out during that time period. It was dubbed in Milwaukee as one of the worst hotel fires in American history. 71 people died. But, Charles and Lavinia were saved by their manager, Sylvester Bleecker. So in 1885, you were engaged. Okay, and then, okay, whatever. Disregard the 1885 part. But yeah, so in 1883, yeah, there was a fire, broke out, but they survived. But 6 months after surviving the Newhall house fire, he did die of an unexpected stroke at 45 years old. Over 20,000 people attended the funeral, and P.T. Barnum purchased a life-size statue of Charles and placed it as a gravestone at the Mountain Grove Cemetery in Bridgeport, Connecticut. When Lavinia Warner died more than 35 years later, she was buried next to him with a simple gravestone that read, his wife. Oh, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm gonna send you this gravestone, though. P.T. Barnum did not hold back. Holy fuck. That's crazy. Oh shit! In 1959, vandals smashed the statue of Tom, but it was restored. The cause of his extreme shortness then was unknown, is referred today as puteri dwarfism.
Damn. Sorry, I was looking at the grave. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that huge?
Very big.
Yeah. Holy shit. So, he was definitely one of the guys who didn't view this as, being a freak show is a bad thing, but it's he was put into it at 4 years old, so it's all he
what
knew.
else? Yeah, what else would he have thought? And he made money, good money out of it.
Yeah, he was fucking rich. Reminds me of the twins earlier. He made a lot of money.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that they had kids, honestly, with that extreme of... Because they both had, extreme dwarfism.
Yeah.
Bad. So, I don't know if she would have been able to conceive or not.
Yeah, or if it would have been safe at the time. Because there is a chance for couples with dwarfism to have regular, sized children.
Yeah.
And that can be very dangerous for their body. Yeah.
But, pretty bullshit that when she died, all of her says is his wife. She was in the circus too.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Shit. But yeah, I found his case really interesting because I feel like it's so different from the rest. Like, he literally, like, lived and breathed, like, that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's all he knew. Oh! This is, Myrtle. Corbin. Myrtle. Isn't she adorable?
She is adorable.
She is adorable. Crap. I forgot what her nickname is. Hold up. I got you. I got it. Oh, the four-legged girl. Yeah. Okay. So, Myrtle Corbin, she was known as the four-legged girl from Texas. May 12th, 1868 to May 6th, 1928. She had Dippygus? Two separate pelvises side by side from the waist down as a result of her body axis splitting as it developed. Each one of her smaller inner legs was paired with one of her outer legs. That's pretty crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to, like... So each one of her inner legs was paired with an outer leg.
In terms of, like, like, the nerve signals and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it would be, like, both rights going, or would it be a right and, like, the outside right and the inside left? I don't know.
I don't know.
Same.
Oh, wait. Hold on. According to medical reports, Corbin had the ability to move her two inner legs, but they were too weak to sustain her weight or be used for walking. So they wouldn't touch the ground. They weren't able to touch the ground. Doctors also noted that Corbin had two sets of internal and external reproductive anatomies. Anatomies. Oh my fucking... Okay. Anatomies. She had two sets of internal and external reproductive autonomies. Got through that. She was known for her gentle and happy disposition, which, like, she does. She looks adorable. She ended up earning up to $450 per week. Now, it doesn't say if that was that time or what it would be now. It doesn't say, but... Again, she was dubbed the four-legged girl. She... Guess who she worked for?
Whoa, I wonder. Is it the same man that we've been talking about?
P.T. Barnum. I feel like out of all these people, only one of them has worked for the Ringling Brothers.
Yeah.
And the rest of them have been P.T. Barnum. One of them, I think, worked for both. But yeah, it was Barnum. She worked for Barnum for 4 years. She became really famous during that time. That other circuses and freak shows began to feature phony four-legged people in an attempt to replicate her success. Okay, I'm sending you this picture because it's a happy picture. But, following her career at the circus, she did get married to a guy named James
He's
Clinton.
handsome.
I know. She married James Clinton Bicknell at age of 19 and went on to have 5 children, living a relatively quiet life in her later years. Corbin did die of a skin infection just 6 days short of her 60th birthday in 1928.
Wow.
But she had a pretty happy life at the end there.
Yeah.
Gosh, can you imagine the fake phony, like, four-legged people?
Yeah. I'm assuming some of them were successful, but
Yeah, probably not all of them. I wonder how she felt about that. If she was like, "Oh, that's
Bruh.
bullshit."
Yeah,
Or
probably.
if- yeah. Okay, there are a couple more. I'm not going to go into great detail for all of them. We do have Jojo the dog-faced boy.
Okay, that's this one?
No, actually, that's unknown. Keep that person up. I'll go over him real quick.
Okay.
Oh.
I put the unknown person back up.
Okay.
The delay.
I was like, the delay. Yeah, okay, so this person, when I found this image, the name was unknown. So I couldn't, obviously there wasn't like any information on him, but I felt like this man deserved to be shown, okay? Deserved. So I don't know his name. But it's from the 1900s, said to be a 20-year-old guy at the time of the photo. And his condition
20-year-old because of P.T. Barnum saying he's 20? Or
Oh, that I don't know.
because he does look
I don't even know
quite young.
He does look young. I don't even know if like he was one of P.T. Barnum's guys.
Yeah, unknown completely.
Mm-hmm. But it is said that a possible like diagnosis for what he has is multiple
Enchondronum or droma. Sorry, enchondroma.
Yeah, enchondroma, a type of benign bone tumor that originates from cartilage. Cute boy in top hat. He's adorable. I feel so bad. But yeah, I was like sad that I didn't like
get to know anything
unknown.
about him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is sad.
So yeah, we're wearing matching top hats.
We are wearing matching top hats. Dude.
We're wearing matching top hats with our unknown buddy here, John Doe. Okay, Jojo the dog-faced boy. Fedor Jeff Fichichu.
Fedor Adrianovich Jeff Tichu.
Yup. Fedor.
Yes. Fedor. Yeah.
Fedor. So he has again, werewolf syndrome.
Yeah.
1868 to January 31st, 1904. So Fedor was another famous freak show performer from Russia.
Ooh, okay.
Brought to the US by none other than P.T. Barnum.
Wow. I'm gonna go pee
Barnum's
while
out here trying to collect them all. Yeah. He was brought over to the US at 16. So Fedor was born with a hereditary. Oh shit, I didn't even know this was hereditary. Werewolf syndrome. Which causes an excessive amount of hair growth all over the entire body. So, again, P.T. Barnum, being who he is, he dubbed him Dog-Faced Boy, and claimed that that Fedor's father, who had the same condition, had been captured by a hunter while living in a cave in the forest. Okay. Though Fedor was described as gentle, his father was depicted as a savage who was unable to be tamed and was thus killed by the hunter. In reality, Fedora's father had performed in sideshows just like his son, but ultimately, oh no. His father ultimately drank himself to death with the money that he earned from performing. Damn. Well, knowing that, and then how P.T. Barnum portrayed his father, that's like fucking horrible. Okay. Billed as the most. Oh god, okay. He was the most. Okay, hold on. Let me back up here. He was basically dubbed like the prodigy among all prodigies secured by P.T. Barnum in over 50 years, which is crazy because obviously
Hello, I'm back.
Charles, who we talked about, hello. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Any of it? Oh, you did? Okay. Damn, the whole dad thing makes me sad. But yeah, so this guy was basically his top, like, prodigy, which is, like, crazy because I honestly thought Charles would have been his top prodigy, but apparently not. Fedor, what, I already forgot his name, I'm so sorry, was highly intelligent and spoke multiple languages. However, he was still forced to bark like a dog on stage. Fedor quickly became one of the most popular circus performers. The New York Herald described him as being a playful. Ooh, sorry, big yawn. As playful as a puppy and the most interesting
That's not
curiosity to
condescending at
ever.
all.
Oh, I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
To reach these shores. Tragically, he did die of pneumonia at age 35 on January 31st, 1904, in Greece. When news of death reached the United States, he was mourned by fans and other performers all over the country. I feel so bad for this guy, for this kid. Like,
Yeah, he was
age
still
16.
a young man.
Yeah, 35. Dude, crazy. And like the stuff with his father.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's so sad. Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna like start crying or something. I need to move on. Okay. Ruth Migan. Midgen. She had, so from 1910 approximately 1960, she had phocomelia, which is the stunting of limbs and the fusion of digits.
Did you have a picture for her?
Yes, she is, you had her pulled up earlier for a hot second.
Her?
Hold on. No,
No.
that should be Fanny. She's the one who's wearing the cape. I think she's in her underwear.
Oh. Got it. When you said underwear, that's when I knew.
Yeah, so Ruth here.
They exploit them in several ways because they do often like
Yeah.
take off most of their clothing as well.
Yes. Yes. I did notice that. Which honestly I feel like is like a whole nother thing. That's, yeah. So she had the stunting of limbs and the fusion of her digits. I honestly don't really know much about her outside of that. Um She... Hold on. Oh, excuse me. Like, this condition I've never really heard of either.
Yeah, phocomelia. Never heard of it.
Yeah, there we go. You said it better than I did. Phocomelia. Okay. So, let me see here. Oh, she was dubbed the Penguin Girl. Those of you wondering. Oh, poor Ruth. Okay. Wait. Okay. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. Show history. That's better. Okay. She was born around... Oh, Ruth Berry? Oh, McGunn. Okay, yeah. Anyway, she was... Oh, okay, so with her, I don't want to say disease.
Condition?
Condition, there we go. I was like, I can't think of the word. With her condition, the reason why she was called Penguin Girl was because, her limbs and fingers, they were fused, giving her the appearance of having flippers. In her act, Ruth played the marimba, an African instrument similar to a xylophone.
That's what I played
Okay.
in band.
Is it really? So
Yeah.
did I say it right or did I say it wrong?
Yeah, marimba.
Ah, heck yeah. Point for Lila. But yeah, no, there's not really much on her. I feel kind of sad for her. Her name is Ruth Berry, by the way. The Midgen thing is part of her. Oh, there's a picture of her in color, dude. Look at that. I'm gonna send it to you. Just so you can see it. You don't have to post it if you don't want to, but yeah.
Is this the next person?
Nothing really. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Trying to make sure I have them all in here.
Randian, October 12th, 1871 through December 19th, 1934. Tetra Amelia syndrome, an extremely rare autosomal recessive conditional disorder characterized by the absence of all four limbs. The disorder is caused by mutation in the WNT3 gene. Holy shit, that was a lot. That sounds like a very, very rare disorder. But, yeah, he was known as the Snake, the Pillow Man, the Human Caterpillar, and the Human Torso. Of course, he was brought to the United States by P.T. Barnum.
Of course.
In 1889.
Every other one.
At the age of 18. Yup.
Jeez Louise.
His birth is unknown, but he was born with no arms, no legs. He's Hindu. He was Hindu. And he spoke Hindi, English, French, and German. Holy fuck, this guy was smart.
That's a lot of languages.
Yeah, no, that is a lot of languages. Oh, he did marry. He had a wife known as Princess Sarah, apparently also a Hindu woman. He must have been missing some limbs, but apparently not all of them. He fathered 5 children.
Okay.
Uh, in the 1920s, he was working for an amusement company and lived in Plainfield, New Jersey until his death. Okay. He did die at the age of 63, December 19th, 1934, from a heart attack. And it was, the heart attack was after a performance, too. Damn. In New York.
God.
Before his act, Randian wore a one-piece wool garment that fit tightly over his body, like shown, giving him the appearance of a caterpillar, snake, or potato, and would move himself around the stage by wiggling his hips and shoulders. His best-known ability was rolling and lighting cigarettes using only his lips, but he was also capable of painting and writing by holding a brush with his lips and, shaving himself by securing a razor and a wooden block. He kept
Whoa.
all the props. Yeah, now this guy sounds talented. He
Yeah.
kept all the props and materials used in his act in a wooden box, and he reportedly constructed and painted by himself. His cigarette lighting ability was featured in MGM film Freaks. Of course it's the cigarette. Lighting the cigarette is what he's, like, known for. Damn. Well, yeah. The snake. A potato. Damn. Let this guy cover up. Let these people cover up. Like, come on. Okay, Franny Mills. I'm almost done, guys, I promise. August 30th, 1860 to 1899. Franny had Milroy's disease. Some believe she had elephantitis, which is caused by a parasitic worm, but Milroy's disease is more likely caused by congenital abnormalities. Abnormalities. Jesus. In the
lymphatic system.
Guys, I promise I know how to read. I, like, knew those words. I swear to God.
Congenital abnormalities in the lymphatic system. There we go.
Yes. So, I guess, depending on who you ask, it could be one or the other. But, it sounds like, doctors thought it was more of that than a parasite, so. But it's the disruption of the normal drainage of lymph leads to fluid I'm sorry. Disruption of the normal drainage of lymph leads to
No, it's the normal drainage of lymph nodes leads to fluid accumulation and hypertrophy.
Oh my God, okay.
Of soft tissues.
Yep. I thought saying lymph by itself felt weird.
Yeah, okay. Lymph nodes.
That makes more sense. I'm losing it, guys. Losing it. This
You'll
is,
get
like,
a small
usually
break.
my bedtime. This is usually my bedtime. I'm usually, like, going to bed right now.
Maybe we need to start podcast earlier.
No, it's okay. Okay, the next guy. Well, okay, hold on. I want to see if she has a happy ending real quick before I go on to the next guy. The next guy looks like a cutie, so I'm excited to talk about him. But, oh my God. When she was just 115 pounds, her feet stretched to 19 inches long and 7 inches wide.
Whoa.
And she wore pillowcases as socks. Her rare okay, yeah.
I wonder if it was
Rare rice
painful.
disease. It was uncomfortable. She began to wonder if she could profit from her uncomfortable condition. With the help of a friend named Mary Brown, Mills set out to the East Coast in hopes of putting herself on display. Showmen eagerly accepted her and offered her and dubbed her as the Ohio Bigfoot Girl. She was dubbed as having the biggest feet on Earth. One circus even boasted the old woman that lived in a shoe would have rented out apartments if she had resided in one of Miss Mills. Circus promoters drew audiences by claiming that Mills's father would pay any man willing to marry her $5,000. However, Mills's father was in fact dead, and Mills married Mary Brown's brother, William, in 1886. For about 7 years, Fannie Mill continued to display her feat to curious audience. She could sometimes earn $150 a week. Her health suffered after a miscarriage. Oh. She had a miscarriage, guys.
Sad.
Her health suffered after the miscarriage, and Mills retired from the freak show life in 1892. She and her husband returned to Ohio, and Mills died at the age of 39. Well, now I feel sad. Okay. I feel sad. Okay. I'm hoping. I don't really know much about this other guy, but he's adorable, so I'm hoping he has a good ending. Or I might cry. Okay, Simon met September 10th, 1901 to September 24th, 1971. Made famous by the 1932 Todd Browning film Freaks. He had microcephaly.
Microcephaly.
That was cephaly, a neurodivergent development disorder that left him with an unusually small brain and skull. He was intellectually disabled. He had a smaller statue. He was 4 feet tall, and myopia.
Myopia?
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, what you said. Yeah, what you said. Makes more sense. Oh, a condition in which close objects appear clearly but far ones don't. Oh, okay, it's a vision thing. Nearsightedness. It's nearsightedness. Oh, okay, so the guy had nearsightedness. That makes... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, there we go. I thought my internet was crashing there for a sec. That's why I said uh-oh. So, can't say this is the same for him, but in modern times, cases of this have been caused by the Zika virus. Just so you know, guys. Okay, so he was also a pretty prolific freak show performer. He appeared in most major circuses of the 20th century, including, no surprise here, Ringling Bros and Barnum and Bailey Circus. Also, I guess Tom Mix Circus, the Dobrich International Circus, etc. He was born around 1901 with a condition, well, the condition we already called, said. This condition, okay, we already went over that. He charmed his fellow performers with his childlike innocence. With his mental capacity of a 3 or 4-year-old, he can only speak in short sentences and phrases. Oh my god, I want to protect this man. Look at how happy he is. Look at how cute he is. I want to protect him. He Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm getting emotional. He endured the taunts of jeering audiences who would call him a freak, a cretin, and a moron. In 1932, he got somewhat of a big break when he was cast in the film Freaks. Though the movie was panned, the Hollywood Reporter called it an outrageous onslaught upon the feelings, the senses, the brains, and the stomachs of an audience. But it briefly made him a star. However, fleeting fame couldn't save him from the harsh world of circus life. Through a chimp trainer named George Stretz, took him under his wing and cared for him like a son.
Aww.
No! George died shortly after!
Aww.
You're fucking kidding me!
This man can't catch a break!
And then George's daughter sent him to a mental institution in Los Angeles.
What the heck?
You and I know how those things were back then.
Yeah, what the heck? We're not ending on a happy note.
I'm gonna cry. He spent several lonely years there before a sideshow sword swallower named Bill recognized him during a performance at the hospital. Bill became his caretaker, oh thank God, and brought him back on the road. He spent the last few years of his life performing before retiring in Los Angeles. In 1971, he died and was buried in an unmarked grave. It wasn't until 2007 that a fan raised enough money to place a black headstone on his resting place, a sign of respect and acknowledgement that the freak show performer was so lax during his life. I'm not okay. No, he was adorable. Like, oh my god, he was so cute. And he had the mental capacity of a 3 to 4-year-old. Like, look at him. Oh, I'm not okay. I'm not okay, guys. That one killed me. See, yep, nope.
Yeah,
nope,
I saw that picture.
I read that. Okay. Oh, he was also known as Pinhead, by the way.
Yeah.
I did not say that earlier. I'm very sad now. And it makes me want to go put flowers on his grave. Don't even know where it is. I think it was LA. Yeah, LA.
Well, I'm sorry to say it's not gonna get nicer.
Lovely.
Okay. More sadness. Animals in the circus. Not the greatest. So we'll start with the earliest that I could find on it. In 1998, a parliamentary group in the UK studied living conditions and treatment of animals in UK circuses. So 1998 is the earliest I could find anyone bringing this topic up. All the members agreed that a change in law was needed, but there wasn't a law put in place. And then a study in 2007 found the initial study that I just talked about unscientific, saying that they didn't know the living conditions of the animals. So we can't say that they were like bad for the animals or whatnot. So because of that, it took over 10 years from that second study for them to even start the process of getting a Wild Animals in Circuses Act going. like officially. They did have a bill like a couple years before this, but one of the guys kept rejecting it because not because he didn't believe in it, but because he didn't think that they were talking about the right bill. He didn't think that was the order they should have gone in. So he kept rejecting it, and it finally like just got fully rejected. And like a couple years later in 2019, they finally put in place a Wild Animals in Circuses Act in 2019. So from 1998 to 2019, that's how long it took for them to actually put something in place to protect the animals in the circus.
That is crazy.
Yeah. So over 20 years. Which is crazy. But yes. So we have that. And then we have a Netherlands study done by Wageningen. I don't know how to say that word, but it's a university.
So happy I'm not the only one.
They conducted an investigation into the welfare of circus animals in 2008, and they found 71% of the observed animals had medical problems. 33% of tigers and lions did not have access to an outdoor enclosure. Lions spend, on average, 98% of their time indoors. And since 1990, there have been over 123 cases of lion attacks at circuses. As a result of this study done by the university, in 2012, the Dutch government announced a ban on the use of wild circus animals. So they did ban all wild animals from the circus in the Netherlands. In 2012, which is like still not that long ago, but like much sooner than a lot of these other countries did, including some of the states in America, because not all states have these laws. Our country is very interesting because we have like state laws, right? And we have country laws. And so like it's not just something that like the country decided, it's state by state. So some states can have circus animals, some can't. It's very weird. Which I don't know how that works for traveling circuses, but whatever. Also, you have mascara on your eyes. Okay.
I saw. Yeah, I saw.
So,
I like soul.
Then in 2018, the use of animals was banned in Scotland with the Wild Animals in Traveling Circuses Act of 2019. In December of that same year, New Jersey became the first state to ban circuses, carnivals, and fairs from featuring elephants, tigers, and other exotic animals. So, the first state only did it. What year is it? 7 years ago. I was like, what's the year right now? I totally forgot.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so 7 years ago was the first time that a state banned animals in the circus. Which is like not that long ago, folks. Just saying.
Not long ago.
And then a bill to ban the use of wild animals in traveling circuses in Wales was introduced in June of 2019 and was passed in 2020. And it was not surprising that it passed. They had over 6,500 responses by the people of Wales, and 97% were in support of banning the animals. So they were very overwhelmingly for the bill to pass. So it was no surprise that it did. But overall, there are nationwide bans on using some, if not all, animals in circuses. So mostly these are going to be exotic animals. You can use some domestic animals still in some of these countries, but for the most part, banned some, if not all, in Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Colombia, Costa Rica, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Ecuador, El Salvador, Estonia, Finland, Greece, Hungary, India, Iran, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Malta, Mexico, the Netherlands, Norway, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Singapore, Slovenia, Sweden, Switzerland, and Turkey. So those are all the countries that have banned animals in circuses, like altogether, like exotic animals particularly. So this is not like a rare topic. This is not something that nobody's really thinking about. I will say that I've never really thought about how they train the animals in circuses, mostly because I don't think about circuses, not because I don't think that bad people exist that are like training animals. I haven't been to a circus in a really long time, and I don't like think about them or like hear about them often.
Yeah.
But it's so surprising that it took so long for most of these countries to. Well, it's more surprising that there's so many countries that haven't put bans in place, or so many states. Like, there's a lot of states that haven't put any regulations on it. And we'll get into some of the horror stories later, but there's like a significant amount of like animal injuries and injuries from animals to humans that like it's unnecessary to have them in a show, regardless of whether or not they're being mistreated, like just in general, like for safety of everyone, including the animals. It's insane. But yeah, there's a lot of countries that have banned it already. A lot.
Crazy.
And we will talk a bit more about animals in a bit when Lila gets going here on the Ringling Brothers, because they have a huge elephant thing that we will get into.
Ringling Brothers.
Huh?
I said I hate the Ringling Brothers.
Same. Also hate Feld Entertainment, who is their parent company.
Oh, did not know that.
Yeah. They're owned by the Feld family now. Kenneth Feld is what I don't know if he's still the CEO, but he was in 2023.
Yeah.
As well as his family members. Hi Polka, welcome back.
Hi Polka, welcome back.
We're getting into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus.
So the Ringling Brothers, I'm talking off of memory right now, so correct me, Sero, if you need to. The Ringling Brothers, they had their own thing going on, but after Barnum and Bailey, like, both, died, they, like, took over the Barnum and Bailey Circus, and then they combined it to be the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. Because why not a long-ass name like that, right?
Why not the RBB Circus?
Yeah, right?
Come on.
So, they were known for this, like, I am gonna be going into freaks again a little bit here.
Yeah.
But they were known for kidnapping human trafficking. Whoa, so if you thought P.T. Barnum was bad.
I will say these guys are more
The Ringling Brothers are horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you thought P.T. Barnum was bad, these guys were horrible. And like I said earlier, I don't remember which one it was, but one of the guys who was under P.T. Barnum did end up working for the Ringling Brothers as well.
Yeah.
But, they had people that would go around, they were called freak show hunters, and they would go around basically kidnap people, for their circus. So James Shelton, one of the freak show hunters, found George and Willie Muse. and he kidnapped them. They were children, okay? These guys were children.
Oh, they were from Roanoke?
Yeah, bitch! Isn't that so cool?
Yeah.
So they were from Roanoke, Virginia. They were taken from their hometown, and they started working for the Ringling Brothers Circus sometime between 1911 and 1914. I don't know their exact age, but they were kids. Now, these guys were dubbed Echo and Eco, and they were albino, okay? And they had blue eyes, and they were forced to grow out their long, long dreads. Now, the Ringling Brothers lied to the boys and told them that their mother died, so they couldn't go home. And they paraded them around. As the Ringling Brothers also did the same thing that P.T. Barnum did. Like, they made up stories and stuff. So they were put on display as Ecuadorian cannibals or men from Mars. These poor kids. Did I send you a picture of them?
No, but I'm finding one right now.
Okay, good. I totally forgot to send you. They were like one of the first like stories I looked into, and I didn't start sending pictures until later. It just did not cross my mind.
Here is them with possibly a circus person. I don't know who the person in the back is, if it's PT or not
think
PT,
it
but
is
Ringling or whoever, but
yeah.
Yeah, he's with Algie Barnes, who was a showman.
Yep. So, yeah.
I wonder what their family felt. Like, did their family ever figure out?
Oh, let's get into it.
Oh, okay.
Girl,
Hi,
this
Matt.
gets good. This has a happier ending, okay?
Okay.
Also,
they don't look like they're from Ecuador. Hello?
I know. Well, yeah. They were more or so known as men from Mars, but they did parade them as Ecuadorian cannibals as well. So again, they lied that their mother was dead. She actually was not dead. They did, they actually, a year after, they came back to Roanoke and did a show there. And you want to know what the fuck happened? So, their mother shows up to the show, walks straight to the front, and as soon as they see their mom, they jump off the stage and start hugging her, okay? And this mom did not play around, okay? She, refused to let her boys continue doing that. And, she was, like, pissed. She was pissed, because they were kidnapped. And, they ended up calling the police, but she told the police that she refused to, like, leave, because they wanted her to leave. She refused to leave without her kids.
Yeah.
And so, finally, she got to take her kids home with her. And they were free!
Yay!
And she fucking sued their asses. And won.
Good. How are they not, like, this circus is still a thing. Like,
oh shit, is it really?
I don't understand. How
the Ringling Brothers, it's bad. It's really
How
bad.
did they not get, like, if they were in this day and age, they would have been canceled and gone from, and like, they would never be back in business ever. This is crazy.
At least we think so. Look at some of the shady shit that happens.
Well,
anyway,
that's true. I feel like everyone is pretty, like, together on kidnapping kids, though. Like, that's, like, the one thing. Right?
Oh my god. Yeah. Well,
No
they did
spoilers, Matt.
rejoin
I've
this.
not seen Black Butler yet.
Aw. I haven't watched Black Butler in years. It's been a long time. Sorry, big yawn. The brothers did rejoin the circus later in life, and they traveled around the country performing. They were talented musicians and played the banjo as part of their act. So that's like they chose to do that, right?
Mhm.
And they did stuff they liked. And their
Good.
retirement, they moved back to Roanoke in their retirement, and they lived a quiet life there. Willie did die in the 1970s, sadly, but George lived until, are you ready for this? 2006.
Which is not long ago.
Let that sink in.
Wait, so he would have been like 90 something?
Time to live without your best friend, your sibling.
Yeah.
That's sad. I want to see if either of
That would have
them
been
got
like
married. I'm gonna
36
look it
years
up
then
real
of
quick.
him. At least, at the most 36.
Yeah. Willie and George Muse. Let's see.
I haven't started my One Piece journey yet. I'm waiting.
Oh, bro, you want to know how they got kidnapped?
How?
The guy who took them offered them candy.
No! These
Yeah.
poor kids, dude. This poor mother.
Yeah, you want to see the I think the mom's in this picture. I'll send it to you.
You sent me an asterisk.
Oh. Might be. I'm getting there. Hold on. It's not going well for me. Nope. Okay, well. Save. Okay. There
Waiting
we
for
go.
live action or that special someone. I'm waiting for. I mean, me and my partner are gonna watch it together, but it's gonna be a while. We're waiting for a bit.
There you go. Yeah,
Oh.
white skin, pale blue eyes, flax type hair.
I can't save this format. I'm just gonna screenshot it.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, it looks like so their albinoism not only made them circus attractions, but also unwitting case studies for the US eugenics movement in 1939. Well, that fucking sucks.
There we go.
The purpose of publishing the picture in the book became plain when the author wrote, by sterilization and birth control, we might reduce the proportions of the unfit and the stimulation births
Eugenics, man.
in other quarters. This is not right. Oh my god. Fuck. I had no clue about the eugenics thing. That's crazy. Okay, sorry. I'm supposed to be looking for if they fucking got married and shit. Okay, here we go. They worked until their late 50s. Okay. Their father was murdered. Okay. Okay, so their father was in bed with a married woman. So that guy killed him. Okay. Their mother, Harriet, repeatedly used the law to ensure that her sons got paid, and that the circuses they worked for informed her of their whereabouts and that some of their earnings came to her. She used the money she saved that way to buy land in Franklin County, where she hoped she would see her boys later live. That was not to be. She died at 68 in 1942.
Aww.
But the nest egg saved from her son's wages went towards buying a house in Roanoke, where George and Willie lived in their retirement, cared for by the other women in their family. Okay, that's sweet.
Okay.
Willie would oh, they had a picture of their mother in a silver frame. Oh, Willie had a picture of his mother near the foot of his bed. That's really sweet. He recalled with pride how she'd stood up to the cops and the circus bigwigs when she claimed to reclaim her sons in 1927. Willie managed to outlive everyone who exploited him, including the only person he had ever hated, Shelton, the scum of the earth, and that's the guy who kidnapped them. He called him a cocksucker! Bro, Willie, though. Willie's funny. Yeah, it's crazy. There's, like, interviews and shit with these guys. Because Willie died in... Which one was... Willie died in 1970s. So, yeah. And then his brother George lived until 2006, yeah. So, they, like, did some interviews and stuff. They lived a quiet life. With family. I don't see anything about them being married or anything like that. But, seemed like they had a nice, quiet life after. Sweet. That makes me feel better compared to the last one.
Yeah.
But that's just like, they were out here kidnapping people. Okay, yeah, neither of them married or had children.
Okay.
Willie, oh my god, Willie was 108.
Whoa.
He lived to be 108.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That is work. So that would make them how old when they were in the circus? If he died in 2006, that's -6. So he was born in 1980, no, 1988? No, 1893.
Yeah.
98. 1898. Jeez Louise. Yeah, so then he would have been
1892. Yeah, okay. So Willie was born later. He was born in 1892 because he was the younger one.
okay.
George was 1893.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no. Older. Willie was older.
You know what? God. We're just going to use a calculator. We can't. We're math geniuses no more.
No, I never claimed that.
1898. So I was right. Okay, he was born in 1898. So then, when were they kidnapped? 1911?
Hold on. Let me look at that again.
He would have been 13.
Holy shit.
Yeah. That's scary.
Wait. Wait. It might have been 1899. Wait.
It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to know roughly how old they were when they were kidnapped. Around 13, which is... Yeah. Well, the Ringling Brothers did not get any better.
Oh, that's great.
They're not kidnapping people anymore, it seems. That's good, right?
Oh, that's good. Well, I guess we don't fully know because it sounds like they were doing that like, oh, you mean now?
Yeah. Now, currently.
I was like, it sounded like they kidnapped a lot of people back in the day.
So, the Ringling Brothers continued on to be a circus, as I said. And in 2001, a group led by the Humane Society of the United States sued the circus over alleged mistreatment of elephants. Kenneth Feld, the CEO at the time, testified in court in 2009. Said elephants were struck behind the ears, under the chin, and on their legs with metal tip prods called bull hooks. And this is what it looks like. This is a bull hook. A pointy metal prod.
Oh, God.
Yeah, good thing we have less kidnapping, for real. And he said that these were necessary to keep workers safe. Feld said that they were necessary. And then he said that a trainer was reprimanded for using an electric prod on an elephant and denied that any of these practices actually harm the elephants. So that was his argument in court, right? And in 2010, the court ruled that the evidence against the circus company was not credible with regard to the allegations. But that was only because the organization suing could not establish legal injury to themselves, which is just like a legal loophole, basically. It is.
Yeah.
It does sound painful, right, Matt? That's what I'm saying. But they didn't get away completely free. The U.S. Department of Agriculture did fine them. The parent company of the circus, Feld Entertainment, they fined them for $270,000 for allegedly violating the Animal Welfare Act on several occasions. Now, to put this into perspective, the USDA can fine up to $10,000 per violation, so that's the max, which means there was at least 27 incidents, if not more than that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at least 27. Feld Entertainment officials settled, but only agreed to settle if the company admits no wrongdoing or violation of USDA policy. So, like, they paid, but they're like, we didn't do it, but we'll pay you anyways, is, like, basically what they did. And then they also agreed to implement new training protocols for circus employees who handled animals. And they were like, we are so hopeful to, like, work on our training procedures with the USDA. Like, they, very PR response. But then they went on to, with that first lawsuit, the Humane Society, they went on to countersue the first lawsuit. So they countersued the Humane Society along with several other animal rights groups, and this went on for 14 years, ultimately, with the countersuit and the original suit. So in 2014, it finally was settled. And lo and behold, guess who wins? The bad guys.
Yeah.
So the Humane Society and several other animal rights groups had to pay $16 million to Feld Entertainment. So in the end, like, they were fined $270,000, but they got paid $16 million. So really, the bad guys just won. I don't know. Now, the elephants. After this all was settled, like 4 years later, right after this was settled, like a year later, they announced that all the elephants would be retired in 2018. Yeah, the government failed us, of course. Really, it was that one particular judge, if I'm being honest. Whichever judge was the district attorney court or whatever it is, that whichever court they were in. But yeah, so right after they won the $16 million settlement, they announced that all elephants would be retired in 2018. But the circus leader made that happen quicker, and it was accelerated to May of 2016. So the elephants retired in 2016, and 8 months later, they announced that the circus would do 30 more performances, lay off their more than 462 employees, and close down. They attributed this to the fact that without the elephants, no one was coming. So they were like losing money or whatever, and that's why they closed. Maybe that's true. I don't know, but good riddance. I don't know. Like, you retired the animals and you're closed. Boo-hoo, I guess. You just made $16 million, dude. And I thought that was going to be the end of it, right? And then I get to the end of the article that I read. Actually, no, this was a separate article, because I would just, like, put in, like, Ringling Brothers and Feld Entertainment after this lawsuit part. And lo and behold, Kenneth Feld, who is the CEO, announced in 2021, along with Juliet Feld Grossman, so another one of the Feld members, that the circus would return in 2023, but without animal performances. So they still aren't doing animal performances, which is good. And they did perform in 2023. So they have returned. The Ringling Brothers Circus is once more. Isn't that fantastic, Lila?
Passion.
Yeah. It's so fun. So awesome. Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah. So that's the Ringling Brothers, the ending, their animal situation. Lila talked about, the kidnapping. I talked about the animal abuse. So moving on from that, we briefly wanted to go over some of, like, the big accidents that have happened in terms of, like, circus history. There's some really awful ones here. I'm gonna be real. So I would, like, with caution, if you don't like animal abuse, death of children, any of that, I would say maybe skip this last section. Because there are some heavy things going on. And I'm doing it in timeline order. So we're going to start with the 1870s. So in 1872, a well-known trapeze artist, Fred Lazelle, and Billy Milson fell to the ground after their trapeze mechanism failed, with Milson sustaining probable injuries to his ribs, and George North, who was beneath the trapeze when it collapsed, got injuries from being, fallen on, and those were internal injuries. And none of the 4 men that were in this incident were able to perform again. They were out of commission. Now, these earlier ones aren't really going to have any investigations or like in-depthness because people just didn't keep track of that, I guess. Well, they might have put it in like a news article, but no one saved it, so there's no like extra information. But there are investigations into some of these later ones that I'll talk about. And now we're back to the Ringling Brothers. Surprise, surprise. So during a Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey show at Madison Square Garden in 1915, champion trick writer Otto Klein attempted his famous leaping act, which involved vaulting over a horse and back again while it ran at top speed. When he lost his grip on his horse's saddle and struck his skull against a box, fracturing it, Otto was rushed to Bellevue Hospital, where he died that evening from his injuries. Now, this is part of the reason that circuses scare me. There's a lot of even Cirque du Soleil, there's a lot of risky moves going on, right? And I don't know if I'd ever want to take my child to a circus, if I'm being honest. I know there's not that big of a chance, but even the tiniest of chances that my kid's gonna watch someone die, I don't know. It's creepy. Lila, are you there?
Yeah, I get that.
I thought your screen had frozen. I was like, she's not moving, guys. Am I alone? Oh no.
You're good. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay. You're fine. Okay, so this one is particularly traumatizing and sad for me. So if you don't want to listen to this, skip wait for a minute or two. Okay. So 1916, during the Sparks world famous show, Walter Red Eldridge was tasked with riding an elephant, Big Mary, to a pond where she would drink water. Mary, being hungry, reached for a watermelon rind instead, and Eldridge decided to discipline her by smacking her with his hooked whip. In reaction to this, Mary curled her trunk around Eldridge's body, slammed him to the ground, and trampled the body. And he obviously, died. After this incident occurred, on September 12th of the same year, the town of Kingsport, Tennessee, where this incident, the town of Kingsport, Tennessee, publicly hung Big Mary by a crane.
A crane?
Yeah. Instead of just putting her down humanely, they decided to do a public hanging of an animal for defending herself against abuse.
Oh my god. That's horrible.
Yeah. My comment on... Oh, hi, Angie. You're coming into the worst possible time, but welcome in.
Yeah, this is it's a sad story time up in here right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna be continuing to be sad until the end.
Dark circus.
Yeah, stuff. We're talking about accidents and incidents of the circus. And I won't repeat the last story because it's upsetting. We'll move on. We'll just move on from the last story. Yeah, they act like it's Big Mary's fault when it really was not at all. It was self-defense. She doesn't know what's going on. He just whipped her. Like, what the heck? Anyways, moving on. Okay, so August 4th, 1942. This is the first fire for the Barnum and Bailey circus. So a fire unclear origins, began in a tent where the animals were housed for the Barnum and Bailey circus. This was in Cleveland, Ohio, and it resulted in over 60 animals being killed or badly burned. Really sad. Unclear origins. I'm like, it's suspicious. I don't know. I'm hoping that no person would do that, but I also know that humans are evil, so you never know, I guess. Okay, and now we have another Barnum and Bailey. This is the one that Lila was gonna talk about earlier, but didn't know exactly where it fit in. But I made this particular section is all because of Lila, so thank her for these lovely stories.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Okay, so this disaster is one of the worst disasters in the history of Connecticut. A fire of unknown cause erupted during a Barnum and Bailey circus performance. Unable to get the fire under control and with animal cages blocking the exits, the thousands of attendees panicked and stampeded. In the end, several staff members were convicted for negligence, which at least they got consequences, I guess. But 167 people died, and many others suffered physical and mental trauma because of the incident. No, I don't think it did. But I was gonna say, like, I would hope this would maybe lead to, like, fire exit safety or something. Like, to put animal cages in the exits? Like, that's just... I don't know. But yeah, so that's fire number 2 for Barnum and Bailey. So they're not doing good with these fires, guys. Okay.
And is that a surprise?
No, it's not. Okay, and then we got February 1st, 1992, at the Great American Circus in Florida, of all places. An elephant named Janet went out of control while giving a ride to a mother, her 2 children, and 3 other children. The elephant stampeded through the circus grounds outside before being shot to death by police. So there's a lot of elephant incidents. And, like, there are also, like, tiger maulings and lion maulings. But there seems to be a lot of incidents particularly about elephants, and I'm wondering if it's because from what I understand, like, they did use, like, certain tools of training for tigers and lions as well, but the tools they used on elephants were, like, electric prods and that bull hook that was just a really sharp metal, like, hook thing. And I wonder if that's... because there's quite a few stories, and even outside of the circus, of trainers of elephants being killed or injured. I don't know. Maybe they should just let elephants be elephants.
Do you think it has to do with, like, their size?
I mean, it could be their size, yeah. It could also be their intelligence, because I know elephants are pretty smart.
Yeah, they're really smart.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're more cautious with the cats, possibly. Yeah, it could be. But yeah, so
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's
2
a good
years
one.
later,
That's
there's
a good one.
another attack from an elephant on her trainer and her groomer as well. The trainer died. The groomer was mauled, but survived. And she ran through the streets of Hawaii after her incident before being shot 86 times and passing from her wounds. So another elephant from the circus. And then the last three are all accidents that resulted in death by performers. So, and they're all in the 2000s. So 2003, we have Ava Garcia, who fell to her death after losing her grip. She fell 30 feet to the ground. And then we have, oh my gosh, this list is just depressing. Everything in the last half of this podcast was so depressing. They're so young, too.
George and Willie had good life. George and Willie had good lives after that happened.
I guess. And so did the twins, the conjoined twins.
And there's the dwarf guy.
Yeah, he was happy.
Charles.
Hi, Plaza. Okay, last two guys. Desi España. So she was also in her 30s. She was 32 years old, and she was part of the Barnum and Bailey circus. And she also fell 30 feet to her death when a scarf loosened as she was twirling on aerial silks. The show, which took place in 2004, continued despite her accident. So she died in front of the entire audience, and they just took her away and continued the show.
My God. That's like really similar to something I just heard about not that long ago.
Yeah.
With the WWE.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So.
Yup.
And then Sarah Gouillard Gillot. Gillot. She was a Cirque du Soleil performer. And she was 31 on the day of her death. She fell 94 feet headfirst to her death after she was hoisted up too quickly, causing the safety wire to detach. Like this time, the company does do an investigation. I mean, they did do an investigation into Ava and Desi as well. But they kind of talk more about the investigation here. The company did an investigation and found that this incident was due to insufficient training on the equipment. And that is just baffling. If you are attempting such dangerous things, you would think that there would be very detailed and, like, strict training for people that are in charge of the equipment, no? And this is 2013, guys.
One would
think that there would be very strict training, safety regulations on everything to do with Cirque du Soleil especially. Very tragic, very sad. All of them died very young. So many animal deaths because of either bad training or abuse or just also the one where the elephant had 6 people on it when it like threw them off and like stampeded away. Like, again, why do we need to be riding elephants? I don't get it. At least not like in a circus setting. Like they do have like elephant transportation in like India, and like other areas, but it's not like a enclosed area, you know? At least, I don't know. I just feel like the circus in general just shouldn't have animals, in my opinion. In my opinion, I just don't think it's worth the risk, the trauma to both the animals and anyone that happens to, have a bad experience with them. But yeah. I mean, I will say that I read through a bunch of things that said that non-animal circuses are much more popular now, and they're like increasing in popularity. So for the most part, I think we're not gonna have like animals in circuses anymore, anyways. But there are still some that have animals.
I'm still hung up about the Simon thing from earlier.
Yeah.
I have not recovered from that.
Yeah.
So, it just got worse.
Yeah. The whole last half of this episode, guys, was really sad. Maybe, I mean, we really try to like talk about everything, the nitty, the gritty. Like, we don't want to leave out the bad just because it makes us sad, you know? But maybe we should in the future try to like split it up a bit more. I don't know what we can do, because it really is like heavy.
We have a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
And he lived such a horrible life.
Everything went wrong for him. I feel so bad.
He had such a
cute let's look at Robert Irwin again to cheer ourselves up.
Yep.
That's a great idea, Plaza. That's a wonderful idea.
I stand that.
Here he is, guys.
I need to get out of my DMs with Sero because there's sad pictures there.
I kind of want to post one of these other ones. I'm gonna do it.
Do this. Do it.
All right, guys. Let's take a look at this lovely man. Let's cheer ourselves up.
I can't do this. I cannot. Those cannot be real. Holy shit.
See, don't you all feel so much better already?
I still can't get over that the animal's foot where it is located.
I feel like we all feel much better. Okay, so thank you for joining us for this sad but interesting episode of Series of Geektastic Events. We hope you learned as much as we did about the history and the unfortunate horrors of the circus. Next week, we will be talking about some of the biggest TikTok fandoms and all the drama. It's going to be lighthearted drama. It's going to be fun-filled. We're not going to be sad next time. I promise.
Yeah, no crying this time.
No crying. It's going to be the tea, the gossip, the drama of all the TikTok fandoms and everything else that comes with it.
I'm here for it.
So if you're wanting a more lighthearted episode, come next week because it'll be nicer. It'll be nicer. But I will say it was interesting to learn about all of this. And I do think it's important to highlight those people's stories, even if they didn't turn out very well in the end.
Some of them just had little to no information. Then there was that one guy who was completely unknown, like a John Doe.
Yeah, that one.
So sad.
Very sad. Very sad.
Really?
Okay, we're gonna rate now. Goodbye! Goodbye!